visual, including cumulative effects for the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy project in Kintyre. There's a couple of matters, I think, before we begin today that we need to run over. Just before we closed yesterday, I had asked about the possibility of using overrun sessions next week for the Council's landscape witness, and I think we'd talked tentatively about that. Mr. O'Carroll, I think you'd suggested the preference would be to use Wednesday afternoon and Thursday of next week, if that was something that we could do. Do you want to just, are you in a position to say a little bit more?
I'm afraid I'm not. I think matters are so very much up in the air with regard to the availability of my landscape witness. I really couldn't say which day would be preferable, sir. If it's any assistance, however, I've obviously blocked out the entire 2 weeks for this inquiry. So I personally am available, as is Ms. Knox instructs me.
Okay, I think Mr. Innes, you had effectively said the same thing yesterday, that you and your team were available for the dates in question.
Yes, sir. And we also undertook overnight to try and engage Historic Environment Scotland to find out their availability. Theirs is restricted to Monday next week, and they have problems with availability after that. So that perhaps helps pin that one down, that if there's an extension to Heritage, it looks like Monday is the appropriate day.
Yes.
As regards the Council's landscape witness, clearly these matters are ones which we can only really take a decision on once we're clear as to what the position is, also respecting the individual's circumstances. And I think without prejudging it, we just have to wait and see. And there's a number of issues, and in that respect, I think we need to respect that individual's perspective first and foremost, and the rest of us will all have to fit in due course around that. And clearly, it may be towards the end of this week that we're able to get greater clarity, but equally, if we do have to fix other time, we may have to fix other time. And I suspect we'll just have to wait and see.
Thank you, yes. And Margaret Pratt, did you have anything to add? I think yesterday you'd said your availability certainly was...
No, I'm fully in agreement with everything that's been said.
Thank you. In that case, yes, I think we're in a position where we simply have to assume that there's a possibility that we may need to use the time that's available to us, but you're quite right. That is dependent on the availability of the witness, and we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. So we'll work on the basis of what we've said until unless we're told differently. Okay, I think whilst everybody's waiting in the lobby, Callum had mentioned that there were webcasting problems yesterday. These, as I understand, were out with our control, but doubtlessly frustrating for those who were wanting to watch over the webcast, so my apologies for that. We're hopeful that those will be recovered today. Thankfully, that hasn't affected the archived copy, so if you want to watch anything that happened yesterday at some point during today, I think the web copies of yesterday's session will be available, so those can be watched at people's leisure if they want to catch up on various bits. So that should be available to you. And onto the programme for today. I need to remind you, actually, of course, to remember to mute and unmute at the right points, and no doubt we'll all remember and forget those at certain points today, but please try and remember that. It helps cut out things like feedback. I don't intend to repeat the general housekeeping matters that I ran through yesterday, but I do need to check if anybody is expecting a fire alarm test or anything like that today. That looks like a no. I don't think we are either, so if that happens, we'll we'll have to adjourn briefly. And a quick recap from yesterday, we left off with Mr. O'Carroll cross-examining the applicant's witness, and I think you were, Mr. O'Carroll, on the section about the South Knapdale area of panoramic quality. Once Mr. O'Carroll has gone through and finished his cross-examination, then Margaret Pratt from West Kintyre Community Council will be able to conduct any cross-examination that she wishes, and then if there are any questions that we, the reporters, have, then we will ask those, and then Mr. Innes can re-examine his witness. Afterwards, then we will hear from the council's witness, Councillor Sandy Taylor, and we'll run through the process again, and then afterwards we'll hear the evidence of West Kintyre Community Council. Has anybody got any points for me before we begin? Everybody happy? Okay, Mr. O'Carroll, then over to you to pick up from where you left off yesterday.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, Miss Anderson.
Good morning, Mr. O'Carroll.
Hi there. It might be helpful if I can see you now. It might be helpful if we have the remaining productions I'd like you to look at to hand, please. And I'm just going to say them all through, and if you could perhaps just make a note if you can, if you don't mind. The productions are CD 02.16.3, CD 01.2.8, that's the LVIA, CD 01.7.10, technical appendix 7.5, CD 01.7.9, technical appendix of 7.4, CD 2.1.9, and CD 10.6A, and CD 01.3.31. And if I could, if you'd like, I could give you a moment to have those before you.
Okay, I've got those.
Thank you very much. Now, can I ask you to look, please? I'm still finishing off now on the Knapdale APQ, and I'd like to take you to paragraph 10.1.1 of your inquiry report, which is found at page 18 of that report. Now, within that paragraph, you say the LVIA assessed the impacts on the Knapdale APQ as being moderate and not significant. There'll be no significant impact on the northern part of this APQ where it abuts the Knapdale National Scenic Area. Mitigation incorporated into proposed development includes the reduction in height of 3 turbines on the western side. Then you go on to say 10.1.2, this is consistent with the conclusion reached by NatureScot. Now, I'd just like to ask you, first of all, are you saying that everything I read out at 10.1.1 is consistent with the conclusion reached by NatureScot, or only the part where you say there will be no significant impact on the northern part of this APQ?
Well, NatureScot have advised that they do not think that the whole area would be considered significantly affected.
Yes.
So they are saying that there wouldn't be a significant effect on the APQ as a whole.
Right. I see. So it's the first possibility I gave to you. Then you're saying that it's a NatureScot agree with the entirety of the preceding paragraph at 10.1.1.
Well, I'm saying that they have not considered that there would be a significant effect on the APQ as a whole.
Right. Okay. Right. Can I just explore that a little bit, please? Then I'd like to explore that just a little bit, please. Then, so as indicated, then could we go to production 2.16.3, And I'd like to go to Annex 2 of that, which is found at page 2 of 9 in your electronic copy.
Yes, page 2 of 9.
And I'm looking at paragraph 1.3 under APQ. I would like to basically bring to the inquiry's attention what is in fact is said. So, the proposal would be visible from parts of 2 areas APQs, the Knapford, Melford APQ and the West Kintyre APQ. The Knapdale Melford APQ has more extensive theoretical visibility. While we do not think that the whole area could be considered as significantly affected, so that part I think we're in agreement with, due to screening effects of extensive minor landforms and tree cover. This is the part I think where we differ. There would be moderate level significant effects, not substantial, on some views, such as at viewpoint 9 and along parts of the B8024 and surrounding open areas between this point and Westlock Tarbert. This includes coastal areas visited for informal recreation. So what you're saying is that that is in accordance with your own view, is it?
Well, I have identified a significant visual effect for those at Ardpatrick Point, including, so at the end it says this includes coastal areas visited for informal recreation. So I have identified a moderate and significant effect on some of those receptors, certainly a significant effect on some of those receptors. I haven't identified a significant effect at viewpoint 9 because that viewpoint is representative of the B8024, where there is not a significant effect on that receptor. That viewpoint itself is not a receptor in itself. And I've not identified significant landscape effects at that point either.
And I'd like to just go over what's been said within the LVIA then, please. Could you go to the next production? I asked you to dig out, please, at 128. And there's table 711 within that. Just find that.
Paragraph number?
I think it's
yes.
223. Yeah. So 223. Well, special qualities of the NSA. We're not dealing with the NSA there. Apologies, I don't think that's the correct reference. That's the NSA rather than the EPQ.
That's correct.
Well, but very briefly at the following table, 712. Summary of effects on designated areas, Knapford, Melford, APQ, sensitivity, high, medium, significant effect, question mark, no. So we see that. So in your view, no significant effect on the APQ. Is that correct?
So just to clarify, I've not identified or assessed part of the APQ. I have assessed the impact on the APQ as a whole.
Yeah, okay. Right, I understand. So you've assessed the APQ as a whole and not the parts that are said by NatureScot to be specifically affected at the south.
I have assessed the impacts for landscape and visual receptors within part of the APQ, but they are different. The APQ is a different receptor from the landscape and visual receptors. I do appreciate that there is a crossover, there is a link, but in terms of the impact on the APQ, I have not identified a significant effect.
Okay.
Appreciate that Carol Anderson has done it slightly differently.
Yep. And for the sake of completeness, could I ask you to look at production 1.7.10, which is the technical appendix 7.5, where it has the different viewpoint analyses. And if you go to the electronic page 7 of 12, you get viewpoint 9, which is referred to in the SNH response. Are you there?
Yes, yes, I've got it.
So we've got scale of change to landscape character at viewpoint 9, which is at page 7 of 12, which is referred to in the Nature-Scott response. And it says the scale of change during operation would be small, negligible. And the same thing is repeated in each of the two following scenarios, 2 and 3. So that's the view of the applicant in relation to that.
That's on landscape character, and that's landscape character of the rocky mosaic at that point, which is quite separated from the proposed development. And as I've said earlier, I've not assessed a significant effect at the rocky mosaic at viewpoint 9 in that area, because the character at that point is very much related to the offshore islands, other parts of Knapdale, South Knapdale itself, perhaps but there's a much greater relationship to the southwest or immediately along the coast. And this proposed development is within the Kintyre Peninsula, which is quite separated by West Loch Tarbert, and what's happening on the Kintyre Peninsula and in the uplands of the Kintyre Peninsula is not actually affecting the landscape character of the rocky mosaic, where viewpoint 9 is at that point in the landscape.
Right, but I think the point I was trying to make, though, is that the assessment as set out in the LVIA is not in accordance with what has been established or considered by Nature-Scott. That's the simple point I was asking you about.
Well, firstly, the Nature-Scott that you read me was part of the APQ, and secondly, I suspect they might have been considering visual receptors rather than landscape. We've assessed both the landscape and the visual receptors, and for the visual receptors, we've given it a medium small magnitude of change, which is higher than for landscape character.
Okay, can I move on?
The visual
I'm going to leave the APQ now, move on to some other. Thank you. I'm going to leave the APQ now, move on to some other specific receptors. And I'm moving to 11.2.9 of your prior report. Now you say that the LVIA in the cumulative update assess the impacts on the B8001 as part of the Gartavech receptor group, identified a major, moderate and significant effect on this group. And we can see that if we go to the LVIA, we then go to 1.2.8, and the paragraph there is 181. Which is at internal page 15 of that document. And you've got there the Gartavake receptor group.
I've got that.
Yeah. Firstly, can I ask why it is that the B8001 is assessed as part of the Gartavake receptor group rather than being under the heading of key routes, which starts at paragraph 188 of the LVIA?
We tend to group receptors where the nature of effect is similar for a group of receptors. We try to group them together so that we don't have to repeat assessment to keep it more efficient and make it as readable as possible.
Okay.
So where the nature of the change and sensitivity of receptors and magnitude of change are similar, we tend to group them all.
In any event, then we can see at the thank you. We can see at the end of that paragraph 181, there will be substantial moderate in magnitude. Sorry, the changes, these would be substantial moderate in magnitude and result in a major moderate effect, which would be significant. Can you just confirm that, please?
Yes, that is what it says.
Now, I'd like to look at the methodology used in relation to viewpoint 3, which I'm going to take essentially by way of an example. Which is viewpoint analysis summary, and that is to be found internally, page number 8 going on to 9, and I'm with viewpoint 3, which is the B8001. So we've got there in that table viewpoint analysis summary. So taking viewpoint 3, the B8001 north of the site, got the various matters there, and we have scale of landscape change at that point as being small. Okay, you with me? And the scale of the visual change as being medium. Okay, are you with me so far, Miss Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we then go to the technical appendix 7.5, which is production 1.7.10.
Yeah.
And within that pages, internal pages 2 to 3 of that document. Still at page viewpoint 3. So got that, that's where the description is. Fortunately, when you're looking at it electronically, it flips over from one to the other. And then you've got scale of change to landscape character would be small. That accords with what we saw before. And it was said to be, medium was said to be the small landscape change, medium visual change. I can't see at that particular technical appendix the visual change. Can you point out where that is?
Yes, it's at the top of page
3.
3. Yes, at
Yeah.
the end of that first box where it says predicted visual and scale of visual change.
Right. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what I'd like to ask you though is that, so those two sources from within the EIA that I've just drawn your attention to accord with each other, and they describe the change, small and medium, landscape and visual respectively, but they don't make any finding of significance. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
So what I'd like to ask you about is, do we have, or has it been produced as part of the EIA, a definitive summary statement of significance of the representative viewpoints selected and agreed with the local authority in NatureScot?
No, because the viewpoints in themselves are not receptors. So as I stated at the beginning, we've carried out a receptor-based assessment. We assess the receptors. And only when the viewpoints are specific receptors, such as Dunskeag, do we assess the viewpoints. So the viewpoints are in effect samples of places in the landscape where we produce visualizations to aid the assessment. And at a viewpoint, so this is an excellent example where at this viewpoint, this is one location on either a route such as the B8001 or across some of there's a public footpath and there's also residents in the area. So what we have to appreciate is the scale of the extent of these effects. And that can't be appreciated at a single point in the landscape. You need to understand the extent of the impact on this group. And I don't know whether you are going to bring me back to that original paragraph about the Gartavea group, but this is an example where at this viewpoint, the predicted scale of change is medium. But when you consider the extent of impact on the Gartavea group and the duration, which is permanent, it actually gives us a higher magnitude of change than the scale of change that we see at the individual viewpoint. So we've considered that this would be a substantial stroke moderate magnitude of change rather than a medium or a moderate. So when we factor in the extent over which it's felt, because if you have a look at the ZTV or you've been on the route or you've visited those receptors, most of there's quite a few receptors and quite a bit of that route is affected. It's quite open in that area. And so that's how we've identified the impact on receptors. And the opposite can happen if you get a one-off viewpoint, such as at viewpoint 9, whereby you get one view, but actually that's not very representative. And therefore, the impact there is not felt, that impact is not felt widely over the receptor group.
I see. That's very clear. Thank you very much. So if I was thinking that we took all of the viewpoints because they were representative of where the development would be seen in order to assess the landscape and visual impacts of that, I would be incorrect then in terms of your methodology to thereafter seek a statement of significance of those effects in a separate table going 1 through 18. That would be wrong of me, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't think it would be very representative of the impacts of the proposed development, just to look at the viewpoints.
But just taking my question in its own terms, that's correct then, isn't it? We are never going to find within the EIA or the LVIA as part of that, we're never going to find a definitive list going through all of the viewpoints and a statement of significance in relation to each of those, because that's not been done. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct. I don't think when you fully appreciate GLVIA 3, how magnitude of change can be determined if you're not considering geographic extent and duration.
Okay, that's understood. So clearly then, if we look at table 7.6, it summarizes the scale of visual change, but doesn't record the sensitivity of the viewpoint of the significance of the effect. We've agreed on that, so I'm simply saying what you've already said. But if you can assist me though, I'd like to ask you to go up within that same document, the LVIA, paragraph section 7.3.3. This is the analysis table, which is very, very familiar in this particular discipline. We go to that. This is something.
Sorry, was it a table?
Yeah, it's just a table. It's significance of effects, which is what I'm talking to you about. And that's included, that very familiar table at the foot of page 2. internal page 2 of that document at 733.
Internal page 2 of the LVIA.
Yes, 128, page 2 thereof, table, receptor sensitivity on one side, magnitude of change along the top. Then you have a matrix, the very familiar matrix, and then you ascertain from that the significance of effects. Or obviously it's just a guide, but that's where we start out at.
Yes, I've got that.
Right. So that's reproduced within the LVIA. But
in the
you've
LVIA.
told us it doesn't, but as you've told us, that's not in fact being applied. So for example, if we look at what you've described as the visual change at viewpoint 3, which is what we were taking as an example, then that's been described as being a medium scale of change, but one would perhaps assume that that equated to a moderate significance of effect, but that would be an incorrect assumption to make, because there's no way of knowing whether or not that's actually how it's been assessed using that very familiar assessment technique.
Well, as I said, we've carried out a receptor-based assessment. We've assessed all of the landscape and visual receptors that have been identified. So if you read the text regarding those receptors, you'll find that we have assessed the magnitude of change, receptor sensitivity, and indeed given an effect, a level of effect, as per the methodology.
Right. And I think that's what you just said is confirmed. If we go to paragraph 102 of the document we're still looking at, 102 is to be found at page 9 internally of that document, electronic page 11. So so what page paragraph 102 says, the full viewpoint analysis is contained within Technical Appendix 7.5 viewpoint analysis. Findings are summarized below in 7.6. And then it goes on to say, please note that Technical Appendix 7.5, which I've already taken you to, considers the sensitivity of the receptors, and the nature of the scale of the change of character and views at each viewpoint location only. The wider extent of the effect beyond the individual viewpoint location and its duration are considered in the main body of the assessment text below as part of the consideration of magnitude and significance of effects. So would I be right then in consideration of the answers you've already given me, and I don't ask you to repeat what you've said, but that in fact Technical Appendix 7.5 does not consider the sensitivity of the receptors in terms of those viewpoints, only the receptors themselves as you've identified. That's the sum of it, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Glad I understand. And there's another document which I don't think I need to take you to. There's document Technical Appendix 7.4, which the title of that is CD 1.7.9.
Got that.
I looked at 1.7.9. Don't think we need to go into it, but that's headed Landscape Sensitivity Assessment. And I looked into that, but that doesn't help us at all, does it? Because it only looks at the relative sensitivities of the landscape character types as identified in LWEX, doesn't it? That's all it does. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it assesses the landscape sensitivity.
So that doesn't take me very far in my questions. Okay, thank you very much for that. It's very helpful. I'd now like to ask you to go to 11.2.9 of your inquiry report. And here we have another criticism of the council, which again, I think I have to take issue with.
My inquiry report 11.2.9.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
B8001.
Yes, we're still there on that road. And at the same time, I'd like you to look at the consultation response, which is at CD 2.1.9. Section 2 of that about the visual impact, which is to be found at page 8 of 13 electronically of that. Can I just ask you to confirm with me, please, that if we look at the last paragraph, the last full paragraph there on that page, we see reference to sections of the A83 in the Clachan White House area, the B8001, which are well used by tourists. EIR viewpoints 2, 4, and 8 demonstrate the major adverse effects that will occur on views from this route. Can you just confirm with me, please, that those have all been referred to in the course of those objections?
That's what
Can
it.
you just,
Yes, you've read that. Yes. Yeah, that's
yes,
correct.
thank you. That's all I need from you is just a confirmation. Thank you. So what you've said, though, is that the council asserts that the effect in this route would be major and has not made clear the magnitude and sensitivity to justify this level of effect. Now, what I'd like to put to you at this point is that the council has identified those receptors. It's provided a view to the elected members, and that view is then ended up with us being here at this inquiry. But what you say is that the council has not made clear the magnitude and sensitivity to justify this level of effect. Now, Ms. Anderson, what I'm going to suggest is that there seems to be something of an attempt at an inversion of roles here. I think we can agree that in putting forward an application, it's on the applicant to provide a detailed LVIA in support of that. I'm sure we can agree on that, can't we?
Indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. But the contrary to that, there isn't any obligation on the council as a consultee authority to undertake an alternative and equally full detailed analysis of the development proposal, is there?
Not necessarily.
No. And I think this is something that I just want to identify. It seems to run through your prior report. At 11.2.3, for example, you say at the end of that, the council asserts that the effect on this route, and it's referring to the A83, that the route would be major, but has not made the magnitude and sensitivity clear to justify this level of effect. And at another point, you then say at 10.1.3, again, the level of significance of the APQ, sorry, that's not that paragraph, but I think there's other points at which you use again a kind of a theme that the council hasn't, effectively saying the council hasn't carried out an alternative equivalent assessment of impact, which you have done. I think the point is, I think you've accepted is it's not, the onus isn't on the council to effectively replicate what it is that the applicant is required to do as part of its application. I think we can agree on that, can't we?
Well, I can definitely agree that you wouldn't want the council to have to go out and carry out the same level of assessment that we carry out. I mean, that would be a waste of all of our resources. I guess what I'm really saying is that in the consultation response, the consultation response has identified a major adverse effect. Now those words are giving a judgment of a level of impact. If she hadn't used the word major and she could have said significant, then I don't think I would have taken issue with that. I myself have identified a significant effect. The concern that I have is that she's used the word major, but hasn't necessarily justified. So all that perhaps would have been required would have been perhaps in parentheses to have indicated perhaps the sensitivity of the receptor and perhaps the magnitude of change, just to justify, just to sort of understand. And I think actually in the council's inquiry report, she has provided a lot more detail, which has been very useful in understanding. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Carol Anderson's identified that as a moderate effect and significant in her inquiry report. And I guess that was really the point that I was making. I was concerned that she'd identified major, but actually I certainly haven't assessed a major impact there. And when it comes down to it, I'm not sure Carol did either.
Okay, another point of fact I'd like to ask you about is found at 11.3.7 of your inquiry report. And you're talking here about Ardpatrick Point. Now, excuse me. I presume that as part of your preparations, you've walked Ardpatrick Point, have you?
Yes.
Yes. You say there within that paragraph, about 4 lines down, as indicated on ZTVs, the visibility will be extremely variable due to screening effects of local landform as well as tree cover in this area. I would like you to look at your own production, CD 10.6a.
ZTV.
Yeah, that's right.
Overlaying with character. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter which ZTV we use, but the point is I would like to query with you whether there is the level of tree cover which you state there is. I would like to suggest to you that there isn't the level of tree cover that you're talking about, and perhaps we might need to leave it there and invite the reporters to have a look if when they go back and do another site inspection.
I suppose what I was referring to was that area rather than the point itself.
Okay.
You sort of lower down, there is landform which screens, and I've provided a wire line on that particular, the sort of popular route which extends to the point itself. I've provided a wire line to sort of indicate the screening effects when you're down along West Loch Tarbert. And then further, as you extend out, there is some woodland, and on that particular route, if you were just to go directly from where people leave their cars out to the point itself, when you're down along the loch at lower level, the wire line is illustrative. But then when you go up, the point itself, there's not very much in the way of tree cover there, but further north there is on the point in the general area.
Okay, thank you. I'd like just to, heading towards wrapping up here, in terms of your own general conclusions. And at 14.1.2, the design of the proposed development responds well to the design principles. Now, could you just answer the following question, please? Who set these design principles?
We've recorded those in the EIA.
Right. And obviously you wouldn't accept from me, would you, that this scheme does not relate well to the nearby rocky mosaic landscape character type?
Well, we've included mitigation to minimize the effects on the rocky mosaic. I have identified a significant effect in a localized area of the rocky mosaic. So we weren't able to remove all significant effects, but they have been minimized by keeping a good deal of separation by both the coastal slopes and Sheirdrim Hill.
At 14.1.3, you refer there to primary or most valued views. That's the expression you use there. But within that paragraph, at least, you do not mention the views from the A83 or across West Loch Tarbert as part of the primary or most valued views.
I think in the most instance, certainly on routes like the A83, the capacity study indicates that the key views from the A83 are indeed offshore, and that there are only a couple of locations where you even get a view inland into the upland. So I think generally it is well accepted that most of the key views are indeed offshore rather than inland.
14.1.8, in terms of your conclusions there. I don't think anyone looking at viewpoint 6, which is Danskeg, would be able to conclude that the most valuable parts of the view remain unaffected. Because Danskeg at least is elevated, an elevated point with a 360-degree view. But the cumulative impact would be greatly increased by this development, would it not?
I do agree that there are significant effects, and I have assessed significant effects from Dunskeag when you're looking inland. But even the council, and Carol Anderson has agreed that the main views from Dunskeag are up and down West Loch Tarbert and offshore to Jura, Isla, Gia, and has acknowledged that those views would be unaffected.
Well, I think there's an important view, though, towards what is the where you look. Get my compass directions correct, but if you look eastwards towards where Freesdale would be, then clearly there would be a significant change in view from that particular point in that direction.
I agree with you. That's why I've assessed a significant effect at Dunskeag.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not the same as to say that the value views. That's not. People don't climb Dunskeag to look back into the upland. People climb Dunskeag to get the fantastic scenic views up and down West Loch Tarbert and out offshore.
Well, I'm not sure we can second guess why people go up Dunskeag, stroke Danskeg. I'd like to finish off with ZTV figure 7.10, which is at 1.3.31.
.3.31. Yes, the ZTV, yes.
Thank you. Now, I ask you to have this in front of you while I go to your paragraph 14.1.10.
So this is the ZTV, this is the bearer ZTV with designations?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right, that's what it is. So in reference to 14.1.10 of your conclusions, you say there would be significant 14.1.10. 14.1.10, did you get that?
14.1.10.
There would be significant visual effects for water-based receptors within and outside West Loch Tarbert, including on the Isle of Ferry. These changes in the composition of views would occur either in the context of existing wind energy development or be of short duration, and the overall experience of users of the ferry to Isla or other watercraft along this route would remain similar. Now, by reference to that ZTV and looking at the shading that we have on the routes, the water-based routes that we're talking about, I'd have to suggest to you, Ms. Anderson, that that conclusion is unsustainable. That's not a conclusion that you can actually make based upon the actual effects of the water receptors.
Well, from Kennaicraig, you'll certainly get views of the proposed development alongside Freesdale. But then as you journey south, for instance, so if we start at Kennaicraig, then the visibility would drop away in that part of West Loch Tarbert for a time as you're extending out and south towards the mouth and leaving West Loch Tarbert. There's very limited visibility. And if you're coming in from, and then obviously there is visibility, extensive visibility from the rest of the route, but it then becomes quite distant. And if you're looking back or you're looking in the direction of the Kintyre beyond the mouth of West Loch Tarbert, there would be some significant effects as you look back towards the Kintyre, but they would really only extend, which is consistent with the council, somewhere between points B and C. And certainly by the time you get to Gia, we've agreed that those effects are not significant. And I think overall, the journey would still be quite similar in nature. It wouldn't change fundamentally the experience that ferry users get as they travel to Isla or indeed come back.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Anderson, thank you very much for your evidence. I have no further questions for you. Sir, thank you very much for your patience.
Mr. O'Carroll.
And I now concluded my cross-examination of Ms. Anderson.
Okay, thank you very much. We're probably about 5 minutes short of past, so I think it's probably a useful point for us just to take a 5, or in this case 6-minute break. So if perhaps we can have everybody back for past, and then we'll proceed with cross-examination of the witness by Margaret Pratt for West Kintyre Community Council. So 10:30, please. Thank you. Okay, can everybody hear me? Marvelous. Okay, thanks very much. Just before we begin, sadly, I need to advise that there have been some problems with live streaming again today. Appreciate this is very frustrating for those who are wanting to watch at home, and sadly, it's not something we're in a position to resolve directly. It appears to be a WebEx issue. We're reassured that the recordings are fine. So a recording of yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, should be available for people to watch today if they want. I can appreciate watching one day behind might not be what everybody would like, but nevertheless, that option is available. So just to make you aware of that. Okay, let's continue then. So Margaret Pratt for West Kintyre Community Council, it's over to you for your cross-examination of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. May I first comment on your last comment, if I may? It's quite unfortunate in the issue of local democracy on this, because we had set up a system that those that were live streaming would actually text me or email me with any comments they have that they might wish elaboration on, shall we say, which would have helped me enormously, not being a legally minded, trained or person. In fact, my field is that of medicine. But I have spent some time at 4 previous hearings, so will do my best. So
yes, I can appreciate the point you raised, and yes, please do continue.
thank you. Good morning, Miss Anderson. Thank you very much for taking the time to spend with myself. Can I first of all clarify that you do agree with the Scottish Government's planning policy, which is contained on CD 06.24, paragraph 74 states that the Scottish Government believe that developments can and must strike a right balance between utilising Scottish renewable energy resources whilst protecting our finest scenic landscape and natural heritage?
Yes.
Good. And then would you agree the council also have a particularly well thought out policy within their local development plan, which is found on CD 08.1, electronic page 45, and it states that the council will support renewable energy developments where these are consistent with the principles of sustainable development and can be adequately demonstrated that there would be no unacceptable significant adverse effects, whether individual or cumulative, including on local communities, natural and historic environments, landscape character and visual amenity, and that the proposals would be compatible with adjacent land uses. Would you agree that's a good statement by the council on the local development plan?
Well, that is the planning policy. I'm not a planner to comment whether that is a good policy or not, really. But
No.
I'm certainly that is the planning policy under which we're operating.
Yes, but would you say that it's also a well thought out policy to protect local communities?
It's a very reasonable policy. Yes, I'm happy to.
Good. Well, the main thrust of the community of West Kintyre, and in particular the community surrounding Clacton and Whitehouse, and we'll say as far out as Kennycraig, because we do cover that area, are particularly concerned about the protection of not only their scenic quality, but their local residential quality as well, as contained within the council statement. So, if I may start on going back over your previous discussions with Mr. O'Carroll, where we started on the Kilbrannan Sound, CD 019.16. You felt that travelling on the ferry towards Arran was more important visually than those travelling from Arran to Clonig from Loughranza. Can you explain why you feel that is more important?
I've not said one is more important than the other, but the views towards Arran are the important views, and those are the scenic views. So looking east on the ferry towards the dramatic form of Arran, which is a national scenic area, are the valued views compared to looking back towards the Kintyre Peninsula.
Is that a subjective view on your behalf? Because I wouldn't have thought the many thousands of people travelling from the south to visit Scotland and Kintyre and the islands would possibly agree with that view. The Kintyre Peninsula is quite unique, being long and thin, and has some quite interesting landforms as you're travelling across from Arran.
So Arran has been designated as a national scenic area.
I agree.
And at a national level, that the views that you get, it's a national scenic area because the landform is very dramatic, and it's both views to Arran as well as views of Arran and from Arran. So I think, yes, the quality of views that you get towards Arran, that is generally accepted to be the most valued views. I do appreciate that there are parts of the Kintyre, particularly the coast, which are designated as APQs, areas of panoramic quality. But the upland itself is not designated as a landscape. It has no landscape designation for scenic quality in itself.
I fully accept that, but travellers to and from the area aren't necessarily interested in designations of landscape, and whether they have been designated as a scenic area or not. They are coming to visit a particular area for a reason. So
I think the scenic qualities do indicate those areas where people do tend to visit more because of the scenic quality. They are of higher scenic quality than other generally non-designated areas.
Okay. So when you look at CD 01.916, figure 7.3, the visualization of this is coming from Loughranza towards Clonig and appears, with the addition of Sheirdrim Hill, to give us a rather large ribbon of wind farms. Would you agree with that?
So when looking from Loughranza back towards the Kintyre Peninsula,
Travelling towards the
addition of-
Kintyre Peninsula on the ferry.
yes, that's right, you will experience, so Freesdale is currently visible and Sheirdrim would be visible in front of that, and Escart, being consented, would be visible in front of that. So Sheirdrim, in effect, would create a cluster between the consented Escart and Freesdale. But then there would be a notable gap with no wind energy, and then High Constellation would be visible further south along the Kintyre Peninsula in the area near Core. So there would be quite a notable gap. So it wouldn't form a continuous band, no, but it certainly would be present in those views.
So the addition of Sheirdrim Hill would make quite a significant change to that of the current view of just Freesdale.
Well, I've not assessed it as significant, and I appreciate you're not a specialist, but we have identified a moderate effect, so it's clearly visible.
Fine, okay. Can I move on now to CD 019.7, which deals with the B8001, which, as I think you've already indicated, you've accepted is a key driving route for the area. In fact, it's one of only two driving routes in the area, the main one being the A83, being the only access in and out, and the B801 8001, sorry, being the only access from the mainland via the islands, the island of Arran. It's also at Spion Cop in particular, the highest high point of any driving route on the peninsula. With regards to vehicular access, it's the highest point. We noticed that you apparently indicate that Sheirdrim Hill is a sensitive development, yet you state in paragraph 2.24 of your precognition, which is CD 1011, paragraph 2.4, states, you agree that there would be significant visual effects for those using the A83 B8001, the Kintyre Way, and those visiting the summit of Duns Gate, which is, this is another matter. But so you agree there is a significant effect at this point, Spion Cop.
Yes.
At some point, and yesterday it was, you did sort of pass comment that there was no ability to sort of stop, and it wasn't an area where people might stop and walk around. Did you not realise there's large lay-by with two major forest tracks leading up hill opposite Spion Cop, looking back into the peninsula?
Yes, so the reference that you mentioned earlier about no laybys was with regard to viewpoint 9.
Right.
But yes, on the B8001, there are laybys, quite a few laybys, because it's quite a narrow road, difficult to pass. And there is, as you say.
May I just correct you there? They're not actual laybys, they're passing spaces on a single track road.
Yes, yes, so sorry, yes. So they're not parking places or laybys, but they are passing places.
But actually opposite Spion Cop itself, the properties at Spion Cop, there is on the northern side of that road a large pullover with two large entrances to forest tracks leading northwards towards Tarbert, which is an area regularly used by tourists, not only to view the view either side to Arran and the islands the other side, because you can see both sides of the peninsula there, but for walking and for looking back down into the interior. So are you aware of that point?
I'm aware that there are some core paths that do extend in that direction. Just oh, I had the core paths on the other side. So yes, I can see that there is a track near Spion Cop that extend up. Yep, I can see that.
There's actually two.
Oh yeah,
it's okay.
both.
It's just, I'm just trying to clarify that you are aware that it might be an area that is regularly used by visitors to the area and local people, and therefore is
Yes.
a significant area. Fine. If could we please go to CD 01.9 7.23A.
What is that?
Sorry, CD 01.9.7 visualization 7.23A.
Which viewpoint?
Viewpoint, it's the B8001 north of the site.
Okay, yes.
Right, if you look at the photo montage of figure 7.23A, that gives you an actual photo of the current situation. I'm talking of the photograph which shows Freesdale,
Yes.
which is clearly a standalone wind farm spaced out on bare land, as it happens, which we'll come to later on. If you look at the wireframe below, would you agree that Sheirdrim Hill and indeed Escart would make a quite significant major change to the visualization at that point?
I agree that it would be significant. I haven't identified a major effect at this point.
No, I'm saying the community does.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. And that it is more likely to be construed by visitors to the area in particular as they're entering an area that is a commercialized wind farm landscape rather than that of, as it currently is, a landscape with a wind farm. Would it be perceived by people travelling along that road that this is what it would be?
I don't think so, no.
Fine, okay. Right. You also stated, looking at that photo again, that the site for Freesdale was an afforestated site, and therefore Sheirdrim Hill would be a similar. I think that photo clearly shows, which I think you have to agree, that Freesdale is not in an afforested site, it's actually on open plateau and is unlikely to ever be reforested, that area. So how will forest cover mitigate against the size of turbines that you're intending?
I'm not saying that the forestry cover will mitigate the turbines. The turbines are obviously quite a lot larger than the forestry itself. But the areas that are within forestry are already affected by tracks. But only part of the Sheirdrim site will be within forestry. Part of it will be on open ground.
I agree. So in reality, from viewpoint, viewpoint 3, isn't it? There's very little forestry cover as such to mitigate any part of the turbines right down to the ground level, as there is with other wind farms in the area where you might just see blade tips or hubs.
Assuming that some of these areas have been replanted as forestry.
I can assure you I have copies of the forestry plans and they have not been replanted, and there is no intention at this point in time to replant them. We are
Okay, yeah.
consultees for forest. And the Freesdale forest in particular has no intentions of replanting that area. But we're consulting on it at the moment.
Okay.
Right. Would you agree with us, which I'm not sure you will, that the properties actually at Spy and Cop, which is only a cluster of 3, I agree, but they're very important to the village, will be significantly adversely affected by the increase of wind farm development behind their properties?
Yes, I do agree. I have identified a significant effect for those residents.
In small rural communities, there are many small hamlets like this, 3 or 4 houses. Therefore, you know, we find it really important to represent those views of the our small communities. Right. May I now just move on quickly to the A83, which, as we've stated and you've agreed, is the only major route in and out of the area for all purposes, both residents travelling to and from work, visitors, delivery men. We don't have trains, we don't have anything else, so it's the only access we have in and out of our area. And you have regularly stated that the views would be intermittent and localised. Although we agree with this, we're not disagreeing with that because the A83 is a long road. But it is, the views would be significantly affected, in our view and the local community's view, from south of Clachan to north of Whitehouse. Yes?
Yes, I have also
Yeah, you
identified
have
a significant
yeah.
effect in that section.
Right.
Yes.
Which is an important section, obviously, because it's two communities of the 7 that span the whole of the entire peninsula on the west side. So, right. You also state that the main views are people would be looking to the west when travelling south, obviously, looking out to the sea, and when travelling north, they would be looking in the again to the west. We contend that it would be unlikely if you're driving that you'll be looking to the side, i.e. the seascape. You will be looking straight ahead. Hopefully, when you're driving along the road, so that you can actually see where you're going. So if you look at CD 01.9.7, sorry, 01.9.7, 728A and B.
Viewpoint number is that?
Viewpoint, hang on, Southwest Clachan is viewpoint 8, 7.28.
Mrs. Pratt, can I just confirm the reference for that you were looking? So it's
Sorry,
viewpoint 8 that you'd like us to look at. Is that 1.9.12?
Sorry, it might well be. I might have written that
That's
down
okay.
wrong.
No, don't worry. It's okay.
I do apologise.
That's all right.
It's 7.28.
7.2. So I can see on my list that is
A, B, C, and D. Yeah.
okay. So yes, I can see on my list that I've got CD 1.9.12B, which covers figure 7.28 A to D, viewpoint 8. Is that what you'd like us to look at?
Apologies, I've missed off the 12.
Don't worry, it's fine. As long as we get the right one. That's okay. Right.
Yes, that is the right one.
Thank you. Right, just give us a moment. I'll just open that.
Right, driving north, you will see from these viewpoints the view is quite significantly changed were Sheirdrim Hill to be added in from that of the current view of Freesdale. Yes?
Yes, I agree.
Good. The other issue with that one, that particular viewpoint coming from the south of Clachan, is the particularly poor visualizations we have concerning the solar arrays that are going to be facing Clachan on that hillside.
Well, we've not attempted to produce a visualization of the solar array. We've indicated the field where the solar array would go, and solar arrays usually face south.
Yeah.
And facing south from this position, you would get them side on rather than looking directly toward the fronts themselves.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the hill, I walk that area most days actually. It will be quite visible because that's a landform coming down towards the farms just north of Clacton. And we believe, but we're unsure because we don't have proper visualizations, that the solar array will be visible, quite visible, and in particular black sort of shiny panels when the sunlight hits them will detract yet again from the landform and the wide expansive views you have at that point of the A83 of the interior of across the peninsula. We find it quite disturbing that solar arrays are included, but we're not able to actually comment properly on these things. So
We have indicated where the solar array would go so that you do get an idea of where of the extent of visibility. It is unusual. I mean, to produce visuals of solar arrays at this sort of distance, they can be very small, but you certainly would notice them. They would be visible from this location.
I agree.
As I say, but they wouldn't be, given that they face south and we're looking at it from the southwest, we would see them more at an angle rather than fully from the south.
Fine. Of course, some properties will be looking at them, the whole of them. So the higher properties, presumably, should be those at Ballinakeel. Ballinakeel House.
They may well have quite a degree of screening by tree cover.
Fine. It's just that it concerns us that it's a worrying factor with the first ever solar array to be considered on the peninsula, and we have absolutely no idea as a community what significant change, or if change at all, they will make to the landscape. If I can just move on now to the A83 further north at Whitehouse, which will be viewpoints 4, which again is that same CD, and it's viewpoints 24, 7.24. Viewpoint 7.24b shows a photo montage of the current view. Again, I'm talking about the actual photo on 7.24b. The current view for the majority of properties in the old village of Whitehouse, which is the old original village, which is approximately 20 houses. And it's quite insignificant. They see the few blade tips. Would you agree on that, of Freesdale?
Well, in these open views, so I've taken this viewpoint from an open location on the A83, a bit above Whitehouse.
From the bus stop at the edge of the village, right on where the crescent where the main houses are. That's
just north of the bus stop. Yeah.
Yeah, I can assure you I know where you've taken it from, which is virtually in the centre of that cluster of houses that we're talking about that are just behind you from where you took the photo. They will be in the crescent behind you. Would you agree?
Yeah, so the photo was taken just a little bit up the hill.
Yeah.
To get the most open view.
Yeah,
but very close to the bus stop.
yeah. The house in the photo is actually the old school, the old village school, as it happens, up the Arivor Road. So that's the current view for the majority of properties in the village. Your wireframe below shows what the view will be if Sheirdrim Hill is consented. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
This means that virtually every house within the village of Whitehouse will be affected, their views, and most properties face, believe it or not, looking towards the hills, will be affected by Sheirdrim Hill being built, in particular because of the larger size of turbines. Yes?
Well, there is quite a bit of screening in the village of Whitehouse. As you say, it's quite scattered, it's quite dispersed in its form, and there is both landform and vegetation in the valley, which will provide screening for quite a few of the residents. This is the most open view that I could find near the village to make sure that we illustrate the sort of worst case maximum extent.
Actually, if you'd come 100 yards farther up the road, you'd have had the widest open space you could possibly find. And that's outside the manse.
Yes, well, that's pretty much where I've taken it from.
No, that's not taken from the manse. That is taken from down at the bottom of the hill, near the bus stop, as you said. You could not possibly have taken that from the manse and got the old schoolhouse in. It's an impossible fact.
Well,
I'm sorry,
I haven't taken it from the.
That's just beyond, it must be just beyond the bus stop to have been able to have got the old school in. The only position you could have got that photo in from would be just slightly south of the bus stop to have got the old school into it.
I'm not quite sure what you call by slightly, but I did park at the bus stop and walk up the hill until I got the most open view that I could find.
Okay. Right, so given the increased height of these turbines, i.e. 50 metres taller than Freesdale, given that some houses currently see Freesdale, not much of Freesdale, but do see it, will you agree that a large number of properties will, irrespective of the screening, see the higher turbines of Sheirdrim Hill?
Well, I don't think it's fair to say irrespective of screening. I mean, the screening is relevant, a relevant consideration when looking at the impact on a settlement and for residents. And I think here there is quite a bit of screening that, so for instance, the schoolhouse that you've pointed out that's in the photo, views in the direction of the proposed development. There's quite a bit of woodland behind it, screening the views.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the schoolhouse having a view. I'm talking about the main properties of the village, which are in the crescent, as we call it, the old village itself, which is where the majority of houses are clustered together. We have clusters of other houses like Spine Cop, Gartner Greenock, farther up the hill, Grassfield. But the main village is what we call the crescent. The old village itself with the old mill, etc., is roughly in the area that you took that photo from. All I'm saying is if the screening currently there doesn't screen out Freesdale in total, which we accept it doesn't, the added height of Sheirdrim Hill plus the numbers of turbines, I'm asking you whether you would agree that the screening would not mitigate any more than it does for Freesdale.
For quite a few properties, yes, I agree. I think there, and I have identified a significant effect as a result. There are some properties that will get views, and the screening the screening that you've got in the village won't screen every single property from every single location. So that is why I have identified a significant effect.
Fine. But the significant effect will now in future, rather than at the moment, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 10 houses currently see part of Freesdale. That includes the Spy and Cop houses. And it will increase to about 30, 40 properties from what we can ascertain from our views of the walking around the village. So is that not quite a significant impact on a local community, which will go against Scottish planning policy and also the local development plan?
Well, I have identified a significant effect on the community at White House and Gartaveg. And it's not for me to judge the acceptability. That is for the reporters and the determining authority. So
fine. I find it fascinating. You call Spy and Cop properties Gartaveg. I know. It's just never been named in the area as that. So I struggled to think where you were talking about initially, until I suddenly realised
I do appreciate
what we're talking about.
Yes, apologies for that, Mrs. Pratt. It's more, as I said in the earlier, when we group properties, we group them as to nature of effect rather than perhaps how you're. I do appreciate that that those properties are in White House in that community council, and
I will.
But as I say,
I will actually ensure that I send a text message out to all the people that are likely to be contacting me that Gartaveg is actually Spy and Cop. So I will alleviate you of that problem.
Yes, it's just again, I can't name every single property or receptor. So it's about the receptor group, as I explained earlier. So it's about grouping the receptors that have similar levels of impact and similar nature.
That's fine. No, just thought I'd throw that one in because it was fascinating when I had to stop and think what on earth you were talking about. Right. Can I just quickly, I'm almost there actually, move on to South Knapdale? And much appears to be made with regard to the Arry wind farm development at some point or other during your discussions on South Knapdale and how it might be visible. Sorry about that, just for a moment. Blue, out please, out. Thank you.
Very entertaining.
Sorry, apologies about that. You nearly have an added member. It's the one who's not been on my lap actually by now.
He's very entertaining. This is what we need.
He's a rather large pointer, so you don't really want him to join the meeting. Where were we? South Knapdale. Oh yes, the Arry installation. I'd just like to throw in at this point, the West Kintyre Community Council and indeed myself were very much involved in the scoping and planning of applications for Arry, and have walked the hills many a time over there. I think it was Mr. O'Carroll stated at one point that it was designed more in a hollow. I can assure you it is, and that's what was part of the design concept, so that it wouldn't be really visible for many receptors. And I think this is actually shown again on the same CD that we were talking on before, 019. And again, it's figure 7.23. B, which is travelling from east to west along the B801 at Spine Cop area, you actually show Ari in the wireframes. And I think it's very apparent from that view, which is the high point of the peninsula, that it is virtually non-visible. Would you agree?
Yes, you see, it's well, I'm not going to say non-visible,
Well, no,
but you
I
do
said
see it on the
almost.
horizon.
Yes, but it's very insignificant, shall we say, on the viewpoint there.
I agree that there probably wouldn't be
Good.
significant
Yeah.
effects. Agree.
So we would not agree that Ari should be one that is regularly discussed as being part and parcel of an application that should be considered as a reason for giving Sheirdrim Hill consent. You know, that it was another wind farm in the area, should we say. And I have to say it, Ari was an extremely well-designed wind farm as far as we're concerned. And I know the community of South Knapdale were the same. And indeed that of Tarbert Community Council. Right. Again, I'm just going to throw this one in actually, because I mentioned it yesterday. You don't appear to have considered the APQ of West Kintyre in any of your deliberations, although it is mentioned on several documents, one of which we were discussing this morning, which I forget, which was it Nature Scotland one with Mr. O'Carroll. Is there a reason why West Kintyre and East Kintyre APQs haven't been considered at all?
Yes, they were scoped out of the EIA. It was unlikely that there would be any significant effects due to the very limited potential of intervisibility. So I think the East Kintyre was, I'm not sure there was any visibility at all. And I think in the West Kintyre, there were only the summit of Dunskeag and a little bit of landscape near there.
Yeah, and
we agreed yes, and we agreed that we would assess the impact at Dunskeag as a viewpoint and as a visual receptor, but that due to the limited extent, it wouldn't result in significant effects on the West Kintyre APQ.
Fine, okay, it's just that south of Clachan is of course part of the APQ. Fine, okay. I was again, I was fascinated when you discussed this morning that Dunskeag, people were climbing it purely to look out to sea. You seem to infer that that's the views they were climbing it for, which I think as a community, and certainly the tourist community, which we come on to in another session, would not actually agree with you. Part of the reason for going up Dunskeag is also to look at the correlation between it and the other duns in the area, of which there are several on the Kintyre Peninsula. And also, clearly when you're walking back down from Dunskeag, they will be very much looking at the views of the peninsula and what's in front of them, which draws us to 7.26b, which is on the same CD 019 again, which will be the view for those coming down from Dunskeag, which happens to be a core path as well. Would you agree this is quite a significant effect?
I have identified the effect on visual receptors as significant.
Good. I think that is virtually all I have to say. Hang on, let's double check all my scribbles, if I may. double flow freestyle mitigation, lighthouse screening. Can I just quickly check something?
Yes, please do check. Yes, just
Sorry, I'm
take your
just
time. No, don't worry. It's not a problem. Just take your time to make sure you're happy.
I think I've included it. I just want to make certain I've included it elsewhere. Yeah, that's okay. Already discussed that, but no, that's it. I'm afraid. Well, I'm not afraid. That will conclude our visual and landscape queries with your good self, and I thank you for answering the questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Pratt.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Pratt, for that. We are coming up to 11:20, so I think what we'll do is we'll take a break just now for 5 minutes. So we'll come back at 11:25, and I think we have a few questions that we'd like to run through as well. So we'll do that after the break. So 11:25, please. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Fantastic. Okay, right. Myself and Karen Haywood have a few questions of our own. So Karen Haywood's going to go first, and then I'll follow on. So over to you, Karen Haywood.
Hello, Sanderson. My questions really follow on from what Mrs. Pratt was asking you. The first one is about the solar array. And just to be clear, what information we have in the papers that have been submitted to us as part of this application, what information we have showing what the solar array would look like. Could you point us to that, please?
So figure 3.1 of the EIA, let me get the CD number. CD 01.3.8. That's the plan which shows where the two proposed solar arrays would be located. And where they occur in visualizations, those have been indicated on the montages, which I believe is most notable from Dunskeag and the A83 south of Clachan.
Sorry, have I got that reference right? CD 1.3.15, did you say?
No, let me see.
Because that shows the indicative solar panels and the foundations, doesn't it? CD 1.3.15.
Yes, that. I was thinking the visualizations, but yes, there are illustrations. Yeah, so CD 1.3.15 is a figure of the solar panels and the foundations. So that is an indication of what would be installed.
Yeah. And what else do we have?
And on viewpoint, so where they're visible in the visualizations, we have indicated which fields they would be visible in, and they are notable from Dunskeag, which is viewpoint 6, which is CD 01.4.7. And also from the A83 south of Clachan, which is CD 01.4.9, viewpoint 8.
But those from the visualizations, they're very much indicative, though, aren't they? Is there another more detailed plan that we have showing where they are? Is that in the site layout? Which is
The site layout shows where the solar arrays would be located.
Yeah.
We've not provided photo montages of the solar arrays.
Okay, so you've identified on CD 1.3, whatever number that one is, the site layout number 1.3.8, CD 1.3.8. You've identified on that 2 locations where the solar arrays would be. Is that purely indicative, or what is that supposed to be showing us? That's the rough location of how many panels would be. Do we know how many panels would be there?
I've not calculated. There is a megawattage of what they expect to be, so that's in the proposed development description. But I don't think we've proposed any indicative layouts of the arrays. But I can tell you from past experience working on solar that they're generally in a linear construction and they face south.
So we have to take the indicative drawing that we've got on the size of the solar panel and trying to imagine it located in these little blue cross-hatched areas. Is that what we have to do?
Yes, that's it. I mean, they're very low. They're not very high as structures. I mean, compared to say the wind turbines or even the substation, they are quite low features. They're not very high off the ground. So let's see, we got what they're 1.5. So the highest point, they're 1.5 above the ground, and at their lowest point, they could be as low as a meter or half a meter above the ground. And as they're not very tall structures, it doesn't take much to actually screen them. So generally in the visualization, which is why from the majority of the visualizations, you can't see them, and also to do with where we've sited them to try and keep them away from main views. But you do obtain some views from the southwest, particularly when you're elevated. But they would be low level structures. They wouldn't be perceived as being higher than. They would be low level.
And in your opinion, would they catch the eye, given that the materials they're constructed from?
You would notice that it is different in land cover. It would be a darker. It would appear as a darker color.
And we don't have any information before us on where these could be seen from, apart from the visualizations you've taken us to already.
I've done ZTVs specifically for that.
Okay.
I think it indicates that given that there's only a couple of viewpoints where you do obtain views. I mean, normally when we would carry out an assessment for a solar array, the study area would be very limited indeed.
I think Mrs. Pratt said that she thought that properties in the local area would have views of them. Is that something that you would agree with?
No.
You wouldn't agree with that? Okay, and the only other topic I wanted to ask you about was in relation to what Mrs. Pratt said to you about the visibility of the turbines now from properties in White House, and also I think Spee and Cop was mentioned too. And she said 30 to 40 properties would be affected by the views. Is that number something that you recognise?
I've not counted specifically the number of properties in that area. She's including she's including 2 of the receptor groups that I've identified, but I've not done an actual house count in that area.
And the residential visual amenity study, that just includes properties within a shorter distance from the wind farm, doesn't it?
That's correct. Yes, within 2 kilometers.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Now, I've got a number of questions that I want to run through as well, so please just bear with me while I find various bits and pieces. So just close those. So I want to ask you, first of all, some questions about access arrangements. And it's probably helpful if there's a couple of documents that relate to this. So if we just open those first, and then we can refer to them. So the first one is CD 1.3.9. Better open that myself. Oh, I'm sorry, I've given you the wrong reference there. I wanted. Yes, my apologies. It should be 1.3.19. So this should be the Glebe junction, the Glebe Cottage access. I'd like also to have, please, your CD 10.6. And CD 1.7.12. So if we can just go to the to 10.6, I'm particularly pleased to paragraph 13.1.3. And in this particular one, you are saying that since the EIA report was prepared, High Constellation Wind Farm adjacent to Coor has been consented, and that you're suggesting that the turbines that would be installed there would be of similar geometry to the ones that are proposed for Sheirdrim. And you say a number of things there, and you therefore say that the main change with regard to visual amenity as a result of the proposed development would occur as a result of traffic movements. I'm just seeking to understand then, so is what you're saying, although you've shown to us in CD 1.3.9, and that's the one that shows the proposed access arrangements, and there's some blue and yellow colours on there, which show some of the improvements. Are you saying in your statement that the improvements that are identified in this particular map would have already been put in place by the High Constellation developer, either entirely or almost equivalent to those, to an extent that the only remaining issue for the Sheirdrim proposal would be from construction traffic? Is that what you're saying there?
Yes, yes. So these improvements are as a result. So this was already used for core construction, which means turbines of that size have already sort of used the track. Now, if the turbines are increased in size, as they are for Sheirdrim and High Constellation, then these improvements would be needed in order to get the blade sweeps around those curves.
Mm-hmm.
And so at the time, High Constellation hadn't been consented, and therefore we couldn't consider that that was likely to go ahead. But now that we do consider that that's likely to go ahead, and they have confirmed that this would be the access they would use, it's a reasonable assumption to say that those improvements or the reduction, the sort of change to the junction and the removal of that vegetation, assuming that High Constellation was constructed first, that would have already been done. Mm-hmm. So the amendments that you see indicated there are likely to have already taken place as a result of core. And I guess, yeah, that was the point I was making.
Yes, and I take it then, following on from that, in CD 1.7.12, which is Appendix 7.7, the residential visual amenity assessment relating to this access, you appraise what you envisaged from what I'm understanding to be the present baseline the implementation of the improvements shown in the map would bring about changes, and you compare that with the proposed access 180 meters or so down the road. But again, I take it what you're saying is that because if were High Constellation to proceed and to use this and to do the things that are shown here or things that are equivalent to that, there would be a limited amount of other improvements that you would need to make. And so again, construction traffic taken from the RVAA would be the only issue outstanding against that new baseline should it occur.
Yes. Yes, that's the case.
Okay, thank you. On a similar theme then, can we move on to, I don't think you necessarily need to look at it, but in CD 1.2.13, which is chapter 12 of the EIA report at section 12.5.2, that talks about delivery of abnormal loads at night. And by abnormal loads, I'm understanding that to be the turbine towers and the blades themselves, which are pretty large pieces of kit, and so presumably need special vehicles. Can you just talk me through the types of visual impact one would expect from these abnormal loads and the duration of time one might expect them to occur for, and whether the residential visual amenity assessment for this particular entrance has considered the implication of receiving these abnormal loads at night, and does it talk about that in particular? I've asked you quite a few things there, so I'm happy to recap
That's
on any of
okay.
those as we go along.
Yes, I've not necessarily addressed them at night particularly. I mean, I guess the duration is probably the main thing. As you say, those abnormal loads, there's usually only a few of those per turbine. So the overall number would be quite limited. And in terms of duration, the junction would be improved such that they wouldn't necessarily spend a lot of time negotiating the entrance. They would be able to go in, reasonably speedily. So we have included an assessment of the impact of the abnormal loads. That is standard practice, and I guess it's the abnormal loads as well as construction traffic. But again, I think due to the duration, it would just be quite swift as they come up and move in and get into the site.
I see. So might we expect to see groups of people standing around and flashing lights and these things moving around quite slowly, or I think you seem to be suggesting to me because of the
I mean, they're not going to race off, but
no.
Again, at night, the only thing you probably notice really would be the flashing lights.
Okay.
If it is at night, it tends to be dark. You're not really seeing much else. But
Okay.
the lights would be noticeable.
Okay.
As it moves through.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. And again, we may have touched on some of these things, but is it fair to say that the residential visual amenity assessment carried out in CD 1.7.12 for Glebe Cottage in particular considers the impacts and effects, including construction traffic, as we've just considered, at Glebe Cottage for the core access and the proposed new access? So both those accesses are compared there. But is it fair to say that they're compared from the point of view of Glebe Cottage itself? In other words, I'm trying to say the location that they are considering is the location of Glebe Cottage, and
yes.
So it's kind of that analysis is one that says the effect on Glebe Cottage would be X if we did the core access and would be Y if we did the other access.
Yes, that's correct.
Reading of that. Okay. And would that serve as a reasonable proxy for the A83 adjacent to Glebe Cottage in your view as well?
Do you mean in terms of the change in amenity for users of the A83?
Yes.
Not entirely. I mean, I think for users of the A83, I agree with the council and the community council that it is probably better to have one access rather than two. But I think the effects on Glebe Cottage versus the 83 would be a little bit different, in that the Glebe Cottage are residents and are static receptors, whereas people driving on the 83 are moving. So it's not quite a proxy, but in general, I do agree with the council that one access would be better than two.
Okay, thank you. Is there anywhere where I can find a comparison of the landscape and visual implications of the proposed new site entrance versus the improved existing access?
I don't think I have included that. I don't think I've included a comparative assessment.
Okay. So in landscape and visual terms, we would presumably need to consider the A83 broadly for users of that. And you've already described to me how Glebe Cottage as a receptor is static versus movement on the A83. And so I would need to recognize those distinctions if using the analysis that's presented in that document. Okay, thank you for that. You mentioned just a moment ago that you agree with the council that you would prefer one rather than two entrances. What landscape and visual factors persuade you to accept the council's contention that improving the core access would be better than providing the proposed new entrance to the site, and where can I find that?
I don't think I've necessarily set that out particularly. I think the client had agreed, given the feedback from both West Kintyre Community Council and the council, that we would go with the core access if that was the preference. And again, I accept that from a landscape point of view, having two access points off that is not as good as just having one. Having fewer access points off that is better in landscape and visual terms for users of the 83. Okay,
and is that the factor that persuaded you then that I suppose going with the council and others who had obviously put that motion forward, was it those factors then that persuaded you that it was better to opt for that option?
We kept the option in during the development, again, bearing in mind that we weren't aware that High Constellation had been consented at that point.
I see.
So if High Constellation hadn't have been consented at that point, we would be in a situation where we would have to carry out those improvements. And so the baseline is actually to reduce the effects on Glebe Cottage, we could create a new access that lessens the impacts. But now that High Constellation has been consented and is going to use that, it's not a very logical, well, it seems very logical to me to actually use that same access.
So
if those impacts were deemed acceptable for Glebe Cottage for High Constellation, then
right, I see.
it
So
seems very logical to go ahead and use that. So I think the change as a result of High Constellation does have a bearing, I think, on how we potentially judge those impacts.
okay, so are you suggesting to me then that obviously the residential and visual amenity assessment compared the implications for Glebe Cottage, admittedly from the current baseline. So considering that for the moment, it said you could use the existing access and that would have a series of impacts and effects. And then it concluded, I think it's fair to say
the access for the impacts on Glebe Cottage in particular are not as great because they will already be taking place. I was really seeking to minimize the impacts, or the proposed development was really seeking to minimize the impacts on those nearest residents.
Okay, and so are you then saying that the construction traffic effects that would be the remaining effects that we would need to consider in this matter, that they are acceptable upon Glebe Cottage?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
they were acceptable in either case, but
Right.
looking to minimize those wherever we can.
Okay. Okay. And what consideration, if any, has been given to the cumulative visual effects of construction traffic for the proposal and also for High Constellation using the existing access versus the installation of the proposed new access? And what, if any, conclusions should we draw from that?
I've not necessarily, I guess it's really one of duration. I've not necessarily assessed that specifically. I know there was construction, I think cumulative was included in the construction impacts, but I've not necessarily set that out per se.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on then. I've got the questions now moving to Clachan and Whitehouse. If we can take a look, please, again, a couple of documents. So I'll just tell you what those are first. So CD 1.2.8, which is chapter 7 of the EIA report. And the other document would be CD 1.7.10. Which is the viewpoint analysis. So in EIA report chapter 7, if we can go to paragraph 179, just find that myself. It's a bit further down than I thought it was. Okay, so that's on electronic page 17. And again, you may have touched on this in the discussions we've had this morning and yesterday, so I'm kind of happy for you to paraphrase points from that if you need to. You seem to refer to the Clachan group for the scale of change being no greater than medium. And you then talk about the scale of change for viewpoints 2, 6, and 8 as being large medium, in each case in table 7.6, which is slightly earlier, and also in the technical appendix CD 1.7.10 that I've directed you through. Can you just talk us through your thinking on that? It may be that you've already done part of that this morning, so I'm happy for you to refer me to things you've already said if that's the case.
So I guess in that paragraph, the key there is that the impact on this receptor group would be notably lower than illustrated in viewpoints 2, 6, and 8. So really, it's about I recognize that that the viewpoints 2, 6, and 8 are surrounding Clachan and are all on more elevated ground, and really just seeking to ensure that the impact on Clachan itself would not occur. I appreciate we don't actually have a viewpoint within Clachan itself due to the extent of screening. So really just seeking to ensure that you're not assuming that by having 3 viewpoints surrounding Clachan that the effects would be similar within the village itself.
Okay, thank you. Now, it's our understanding from the other submitted material that felling is programmed in the coming years, either as part of the proposal or independent of it. And can you talk us through how this situation has influenced the conclusions you reach with regard to that particular factor, and what impact, if any, you anticipate it would have on the findings of significance of effect or otherwise?
So the felling would be amended as a result of the proposed development. there was already going to be quite a significant amount of felling on site, and quite a lot of the turbines are located in those areas where the forestry is more mature. So the visualizations have illustrated all of those areas cleared of felling so that we don't somehow include the screening impacts. But in general, for forestry, which is going to be retained as forestry, whilst it will be felled, much of it would be replanted as part of the normal rotation. So again, it's a feature of both the landscape and of visual effects that forestry is cut down on a rotation and it's then replanted. So that's just part of the natural cycle of forestry itself. So whilst we've included it as one of the factors, we've actually shown on the visualizations it removed so that we're showing the worst case there.
And when you say that you've shown it as removed, do you mean, is that what you mean by the wire lines, or do you mean the montages have those bits of
in the
flight?
montages?
Okay,
No,
thank
in the
you.
montages.
Right, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, moving on now to a question about the Isla Ferry. So, or rather, the area around there. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, viewpoint 13 taken from North Gear appears in the considerations of the Gear group, as we might expect, and also the Kennaicraig ferry route group, I think, and I'm assuming that's because the Kennaicraig ferry passes quite close to there. In EIA report chapter 7 for the first of those, and forgive me, I've neglected to write down in my own question whereabouts that was, but I think on page 17 of CD 1.2.8, we are at least in the gear receptor group is paragraph 1. I can't even read it. What is that?
186.
Yeah, so 186 at the bottom of the page, and I think if we cross over onto the following page, we've got a bit about key routes, and we get into ferries, and there we are, just on paragraph 195, I think it is, right at the bottom, and crossing into the second column is the Kennaicraig ferry. So again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think for the first of those, so for the gear group, you appear to conclude moderate effects but not significant. But in the latter group, which is the ferry route, you appear to conclude moderate but significant. Can you just talk us through your thinking on these two examples and highlight for us what factors influence the difference of conclusions regarding significance of environmental effects?
Well, at Gear, I think we're at the point where we're far enough away that whilst it is visible, as we've illustrated on the visualizations, it's not affecting the view so much that the scale of change would be small, and the effect would not be significant. I think I've actually assessed the Gear as being moderate minor, but again, not significant. Whereas from the ferry, we've identified a moderate effect. And again, remembering that that includes the journey from Kennaicraig out towards Gear. I think both the council and I agree that the sort of significant effects, by the time you get to Gear, they're no longer significant. So a lot of that is about duration. You do theoretically, you do get views, you would get views of Sheirdrim from quite a lot of the ferry route. It's just significantly increasing in distance as you extend away. But as you get closer, it does become more noticeable. And I think as a result of that, it would be significant.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on, and I think touching back on the solar arrays and the control buildings, can I take you to CD 10.7. So let's just open that up. And if we go to paragraph 3.5, which is on page 5 electronically of that document, this is the one that starts with the words Nature Scott note the absence of realistic modelling. So Nature Scott, this is the council quoting Nature Scott here, as saying there's an absence of realistic modelling of the proposed solar areas in the photo montages, which make it difficult to determine the nature of the effects from affected viewpoints, mainly VP6 and VP8. I realise you were answering some questions to Karen Haywood a few moments ago on this, and I'm happy for you to either repeat or refer to answers that you gave there if you need to. And they go on to say as well, I think these solar areas are also closer to properties than the turbines, according to the I think the first passage of that text. It might be the text above it that mentions that. I'm not sure. Is this, in your view, fair comment? And what do you say in response to that assertion that's been made?
I don't think that it makes it difficult to determine the nature of the effects. I mean, we assess as landscape professionals, which Nature Scott are, we assess a lot of the impacts on the wire lines, not just the photomontages. So the photomontages do give a very helpful indication of particularly screening and what the change would be. And I think, as a tool, they are useful. But I think to say that without a photomontage, it's difficult to determine effects, I think is unlikely to be the case. I can appreciate where Mrs. Pratt was coming from, being a member of the community, but I think for Nature Scott, they do. And we have indicated where, which fields would include the solar visuals. And as I said to Mrs. Hayward, that they are quite low as a form of development. So at those distances, you wouldn't really pick up the detail. It would just be the appearance of a different texture.
Okay,
Many of our landscape and visual assessments don't actually include photomontages. It's not always required for many types of development.
Okay, thank you. And on a similar theme, again, I'm happy for you to refer me to answers that we've just been discussing, if this is relevant. If we can stay on 10.7 and go to paragraph 6.21, which is on electronic page 13. And if we look at, I think it's point 1 there, which I think, yes, point 1 covers some of these issues. I think towards the middle and bottom, it starts talking about the dark panels of the solar array visible from viewpoint 8 would be likely to contrast with surrounding paler vegetation. It goes on to talk about those things. Is that description accurate in your view of what we would expect to see in this particular instance?
Well, I think, again, as I've mentioned, the solar array would face south. So from these locations to the west and southwest, you wouldn't be looking at a field of solar panels front on. You'd actually be looking at them at the side, which means that it's going to be more textured as an appearance from these directions. So rather than fields of black, as it were, that's not quite. You will get to see, when you see them side on, there will be parts of the vegetation visible. It will be more of a texture. And I guess the other point to note is in those views, there is quite a bit of a variety of different textures available in the landscape. The forestry itself tends to be quite a dark color and texture in the landscape. So I don't think it would be unusual. Patches of forestry are always quite dark. So again, I don't think it would be unusual in this particular landscape character type, given that forestry is often very dark in nature.
Thank you very much. That concludes, I think, the questions that I've got. Just bear with me a moment while I flick through and make sure I've not missed anything. Okay, that concludes the questions that I had. I appreciate it's just been a bit over half an hour. It's probably been about 45 minutes since we started. I think what we'll do is we'll take a break just now till 12:15, and then perhaps if we can come back and then Mr. Innes will have the floor. Okay, so 12:15, please. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Can everybody hear me? I think we're just waiting on some people returning to the screen. Good. Can everyone hear me? Yep. Okay. Before I hand over to Mr. Innes, just in the break there, a query had occurred to me regarding the answer that Kelly Anderson gave to me to one of my questions. I just wonder if I can just return to Kelly Anderson, please, if that's all right. I just wanted to clarify something. Thank you. I think you'd said to me with regard to my questions on solar, you'd said the wire lines, I think, were more useful or beneficial for us to use than the montages. Was that correct?
No, we've not indicated the solar on the wire lines. I was
Right.
just more speaking as a professional. We use both the wire lines and the photomontages to inform assessment and carry that out. And as I said, it's quite often and usual for impacts of solar development not to necessarily include extensive photomontages, particularly from these sorts of distances, but just to indicate where they would be visible from.
I see. So I've just had a look now at viewpoint 6, which is one of the ones that has this. I'm looking at figure 7.26F. So if I just find that, that is CD. Oh, then where are we? 7.26A to F is CD 1.9.10B. And that visualization, have you been able to locate that?
So I've got that.
Oh, great stuff. Yeah, so that one is looking towards the proposal. We can see the montage of the wind turbines there. On the left-hand side, just left of the centre, we can see the location of a borrow pit. And on the right, we can see the indicative area for the location of the proposed solar control building and the location of the proposed solar area 2. On the preceding wireline, so that is figure 7.26E, which I understand shows the same view but just the wireline. The indicative solar area 2 isn't on the wireline. So is that simply because it's not included, or is it because you don't expect we would see it?
No, it's not included. This just includes the turbines on this sheet.
Okay.
But it is identified on the photomontage. The point I was making is that we use a range of visual material to carry out our assessments. And because we don't have a realistic photomontage, doesn't mean that you can't appreciate the impacts.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Okay then. Mr. Innes, the floor is yours.
Clicking between us, we're in a room, but it's got a system that can only have one camera on. If, however, this causes people to feel unwell, then we might just have Kelly Anderson on picture and see if my voice is picked up by a microphone. But we'll start off with flicking between the two and see how it goes. But if that does find a distraction at all, then please feel free to advise that it is a distraction. We'll move to operational mode 2. Sticking to that photomontage, Ms. Anderson, could I understand, in terms of the effect of a solar array, what is the primary effect of a solar array at a distance of around 3 kilometers, for example?
Well, it does depend on how much is visible, but you're not really able to pick out the detail. It just would appear as more of a texture on the ground. In the same way, you can struggle to pick up detailed textures, but you do pick up the texture as is indicated on the visualization. You do pick up different textures in the landscape, so it would be visible.
And insofar as what's depicted there, is that the total area of theoretical possibility of where they could be located? Is that correct?
That is correct. So that is solar area 2, and that is the full extent that would be possible to be visible.
And insofar as trying to depict a color change within the landscape, is the depiction in this photomontage your attempt to identify the extent and where that colour change could occur?
So what we've illustrated is definitely not a photomontage. It is just an indicative, and we've shown it very brightly so that the full extent can be clearly identified. But it isn't an attempt at a visual or to indicate the sort of colour or texture that would be there, but really just to indicate the extent of the array that would potentially be visible from this view.
And insofar as that is an area, is it within that area that the potential solar arrays would be located?
Yes.
And again, insofar as if it was depicted as entirely solar arrayed, would that necessarily depict the scale of development?
I'm not sure I understand this.
That wasn't a very good question. Insofar as if it's located within that area, if we were depicting it fully covered in solar array, would that be a reflection necessarily of the development?
Of the proposed development, yes.
And insofar as we've used that one, which is a sort of flat-on view from the west looking down, we've also got one at viewpoint 8 where we look upwards, which is probably worth having a quick look at. And in relation to that, that's viewpoint 8, figure 728D, and that would be CD 019.12B. And the last of the figures, 28D, depicts the potential location again of the maximum extent of the solar array. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if we had used a dark color to depict the solar array in that one, do you think it would have highlighted the potential solar array furthest to the right in the picture, i.e. Furthest to the east?
No, I think by using the sort of bright color that we have, it's clearly identified the area where the solar would be visible. Often the dark colors tend to be much more recessive in the landscape and in photography. So if we're trying to indicate something, we usually choose a brighter color that contrasts with the landscape.
And insofar as photomontage technology is available, do you think it would have produced a realistic image at this distance?
We've not actually set out a detail array design at this stage, so it's difficult to indicate. I mean, to provide a photo montage, we really do need a realistic proposal, and that this was really indicating where the arrays would go. So we didn't have anything to base it on.
And insofar as the primary distance, again, we're probably over 3 kilometers away. What would be the primary effect of the array in this particular viewpoint, please?
So I think if we were just looking at the array, the effects, this one is 4.4 kilometers, and the effects would not be significant at this point.
Although we have to remember that that's the turbine distance as opposed to the array distance.
Yes, of course, yes. The apologies for that. Yes, but yeah, still at 3. Yeah, you're just on the edge. And again, given that it's actually quite a narrow sliver of the view that would be visible, I think it's unlikely that we'd identify significant effects if it was just the solar array. But obviously, we've considered the impacts of both the solar array and the wind turbines when we've assessed the impacts, just to make that clear.
And you advised in, I think it was questions from Mrs. Pratt, that in terms of your practice, that you have undertaken work in relation to solar arrays. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And that quite often that they had relatively limited study areas when you were considering the potential for impacts. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What would be the rough?
Usually 3 kilometers is quite often. We might extend to 5 kilometers if they were in particularly sensitive landscapes or the landform was such that required it. But somewhere between 3 and 5 at a maximum.
And has it been considered in the current assessment that you've undertaken? Have the arrays been considered?
Oh, yes, they were fully considered as part of their proposed development.
And I want to take you back when I think you were first asked questions by Mr. Carroll yesterday morning. And could we go back to the CD 1.2, and it's chapter 3, so it would be 4, wouldn't it? Because we add on 1, sorry, chapter 2, 3, which is chapter 2 of the environmental statement.
So that's CD 01.2.3.
Yes.
Chapter 2. Yeah.
And if we you remember, you asked a lot of questions about the design philosophy, and in particular, if we go to page 2 of the document under site selection, you'll recall there was quite an extensive discussion. Can I ask you just to read the text above or on paragraph 19? Just
Paragraph.
read it first, and then I'll ask some questions.
Yeah. Do you mean 18 as well as 19, or just 19?
19, please. Do we see there that it appears that these are generic criteria used by SPR in selecting sites in general? So here's what it's to be referencing.
Yes.
And within that, there's a series of bullet points. Included within it is avoidance of the most sensitive landscapes. In your experience, would that be a bullet point which developers would have regard to?
Yes. Yes, very much so.
And in terms of this particular development, we see paragraph 20 onwards to the end is a review of the site selection requirements for the site find the following. And again, there are a series of bullet points, some of which include landscape issues. Is that correct?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
And also it goes on under the site selection process to have regard in paragraph 21 to Scottish planning policy, and in relation to paragraph 22, the specific reference to the ABL WECS and the earlier version of 2012. Again, in terms of considering site selection, do you think those are documents that will be worthy of consideration?
Yes, very much so.
Again, what do you take from that as being information that the applicant in this case has had regard to?
I mean, clearly, if they're referencing both the 2017 and 2012 studies, then they've clearly been reviewing and keeping the capacity study as part of their consideration as in terms of scheme development. And yes, very much, looking to guiding development along the lines of what the capacity study has indicated, particularly with regard to the relative sensitivity that the capacity study has identified.
And I'm now going to go on. We might as well, whilst I've got this document open, to go on to chapter 7, which is CD 01.2.8. So that's chapter 7, and we're going to paragraph 181.
181.
Paragraph 181 of chapter 7. And if you could also have open document CD 10.7, which is Carol Anderson's inquiry report. And at the back of the document, just after page 27 on the hard copy, there is an appendix C, which is comparison of landscape and visual effects.
Yes.
And what we want to look at is there's on appendix C, there is effects on representative viewpoints. So again, using your terms of representative viewpoints, viewpoint 3, B8800 north side, and then there's what the author of the report, Carol Anderson, thought that you thought, and then there is her findings on the far right hand of the column. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's just stick with sensitivity. And if we look at the Garth receptor group, do we see that ultimately on line 3 of paragraph 181, you find high to medium sensitivity?
Yes.
What do we find in relation to line 3 of Miss Anderson's, the other Miss Anderson's report?
Yes, she also says high to medium sensitivity.
And in terms of the magnitude of change?
So she's saying medium.
Yeah.
And a moderate and significant effect.
Yes. And what do you find?
Well, I've not assessed the viewpoint, but for that receptor as a whole, I've identified a substantial moderate magnitude and a major moderate effect.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the criticism that you made was in relation to the report to the council had described that particular as major.
Yes.
And that was the criticism, and we went through it with another friend this morning, and it appears that in respect of that particular receptor group, you find a higher level of effect, but in fact, Carol Anderson, in her revised inquiry report, has lowered that to a moderate effect.
Yes.
I want to now very briefly turn to the discussion that you had relating to bare ZTVs and those which show elements of screening within them. In the context of an area which you're assessing that has substantial tree cover, which is likely to give you a better indication of likely visibility?
The ZTVs with screening are generally far more useful where there is extensive tree cover. We prepare the bare line, and we appreciate and always keep in mind and also use the bare earth ZTVs. But I think we also find in some landscapes such as this that the ZTVs with screening can actually more accurately represent the visibility or the nature of visibility in an area.
And in answers to question, you also said that you had found them a useful tool in the field, and that from that experience, you found it to be a reasonably accurate position. Again, in terms of how you suggest visual and landscape material should be used, how important is that field evaluation?
It's very important to be out in the field, and I think it's very useful to take the screening ZTVs and to use them, and to always check them. You know, as I mentioned in my inquiry report, they can't be 100% accurate, but I think they really do give a more accurate representation than the bare, by quite a long way, than the bare earth ZTVs that we produce.
In terms of we're going to come on and look at some other people. I want a general point about the APQ. Is the development located within an APQ?
No, the development is not within an APQ.
Against that background, if a development is not within APQ, what is the nature and character of effects that could occur?
They're all indirect, so they're all as a result of the visual intervisibility, and it's predominantly, although not exclusively, it's predominantly the effect on the views.
In terms of, could you also now have document CD 8.2, please, which is the Argyll and Bute Local Development Plan Supplementary Guidance?
Yes.
And insofar as we go to page 29, we see a copy of or the version of ENV 13, which is development impact on areas of panoramic quality. And we have the policy, and then under we have the explanation of policy objectives. And in that context, do we see a statement that these APQs are important not only for the physical landforms and scenic value, but also for the environmental assets that they represent?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it this passage that you were referencing in relation to undertaking an exercise within the assessment of seeking to understand what these overall characteristics of the APQ as a whole were? So,
yes, I think in absence of a citation produced by the local authority to justify and represent the individual areas which have been identified, I think going to this policy to sort of understand what the objectives are is certainly, you know, from my point of view, the understanding of the most logical and the way planning works. So yes, that's what we've used to look at this, to see why the policy was implemented and what it seeks to protect.
and to summarize in terms of your approach, you've already undertaken an exercise as part of the LVIA in selecting viewpoints within South Knapdale, a number of which are in the designation.
Yes.
We've undertaken, and we've got the findings of those impacts, which acknowledge both significant visual and landscape impacts. Correct?
That's correct.
So that is all part of the background to you saying it's not the same, but you've used that material to come to your conclusions.
Yes, we've used both the impacts on landscape character and the impacts on visual receptors within the APQ to come to a decision, because both of those elements do feed in. Whilst it's not exactly the same receptor and you don't assess the effects in exactly the same way, they are directly relevant, and particularly with regard to the way the policy is written, is it does indicate it is both landscape character and the visual impacts, i.e. impacts on the scenic views. But again, I would also underline that it's not just a matter of the visual impact, but it's also, you know, these areas of panoramic quality are identified to protect the, I think to quote this, the very high scenic value. And if we look at what is the very high scenic value, it is those views off to the southwest, not necessarily back to the Kintyre Peninsula. So I think whilst we do appreciate that we have identified significant effects within the APQ, that doesn't necessarily correspond or equate directly that is a significant effect on the APQ itself.
Thank you. Now, I want to come and deal with a couple of specific viewpoints, I don't think, unless there's anything that particularly turns on it, that we necessarily have to turn them up. But viewpoint 10 is that viewpoint at the northern end of West Loch Tarbert. As I understand it, there is not a disagreement with the council in relation to that not being a significant effect. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
I want to now briefly turn to viewpoint 12, which is the Loch Ranza ferry. And you've had quite a lot of questions already today about that. And I just want to understand is, you talked about Arran NSA, but is the view coming out of Loch Ranza and back to Arran? How would you describe that?
Well, I mean, compared to the view that you get from Arran, the view back to the Kintyre is, whilst pleasant, is much more ordinary in terms of landscape. In terms of landscape quality, definitely the higher landscape qualities are in places like Arran. Again, Bute has also been identified as a very high quality landscape, and the views that you get in those directions are more scenic. I think Arran is so dramatic in the Kilbrannan Sound that to be honest, whenever you get the opportunity to see it, it's worth looking at, and I think that is identified. And I think what's relevant is that the areas of panoramic quality around the Kintyre Peninsula very much hug the coast, and to me that really does indicate that it's the views offshore that are the most important and key views, both from the East Kintyre looking out towards Arran and West Kintyre looking out towards Jura, Islay, Gigha. So I don't think it's a coincidence that those APQs have been located in those areas where you get offshore views. I think if the views of the Kintyre Peninsula were key, then those areas would have extended further inland.
In terms of the ferry, and we're talking about the Islay ferry from Kennaicraig to either of the island destinations. In terms of the environmental statement, the viewpoint 7 is provided from the ferry terminal itself.
Yes.
And there is from that a fairly extensive view of turbines. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a reasonable view of the turbines. Yeah.
Behind a forested hill.
Yes, behind the afforested hill, partially screened, adjacent to Freesdale.
Yeah. And insofar as you had a discussion about, there is then slightly further down the West Loch Tarbert on the west side, we've got viewpoint 5.
Yes, we do.
And again, that's got a fairly extensive view of turbines behind the horizon. I think you were discussing with Mr. O'Carroll various heights of turbines, etc. at that point.
Yes, yes. But also making the point that the further away you go, the more extensive the visibility. And so, whilst I agreed with Mr. O'Carroll, it is proxy, I think you always have to bear that in mind. So that actually from the ferry would be a little bit less.
And because the next set of visualizations that we have down West Loch Tarbert on our trip are the ones from the ferry visualization B, which is
the appendix.
Which is
Got that is CD 01.7.11. Technical Appendix 7.6 ferry route wirelines.
Could you just repeat that reference for us, please?
Yeah. CD 01 point 7, point 11, technical appendix 7.6.
Probably if we just take the one from Kennancraig to Port Asgay, and we're at viewpoint A. Isn't it on that?
Yes, that's the first one.
And again, if we were to have a look at there is also a wire line produced on approximately the other side of the loft in terms of CD 10.6.E.
Yes, from the track just outside Ardpatrick House.
And again, in terms of consistency, is that showing that if you are slightly further west, you get slightly more visibility than you would within the?
Yes, that's a good indication that actually they're not that far away, but the further you go, the more you do get a bit of visibility.
And are you able to say well, no, are you able to say roughly how far A is from the turbines in that?
I think judging by the ZTV, I haven't. I can be more. Get my scale rule out. So these. So A is just over 4.2, 4.3 kilometers away.
I have to say, just to say that given the questions that have been raised about these visualizations and the distances, it may, if it assists you, sir and madam, perhaps have a table of the distances so that you actually have the comparison to know how far away they were, if that would be of assistance. I mean, it saves you measuring from maps, etc. But I thought that might
Yes,
be
that would be of assistance. Yes.
Yeah. And insofar as you've in your discussions various questions about the ferry route, what you've identified is that there's that initial sense of visibility as you leave essentially Kennancraig. We've got the visibility dipping, and these are represented by A, and then as you get out to B, that visibility increases again, and then somewhere between B and C, you and Carol Anderson appear to agree that the effects no longer become significant in that visual context.
That is correct.
Can I now ask you to turn to document 5, CD 5.26, please? And this is the Killeen decision from October, well, report was 2019. And what I'd ask you to do is if you could go perhaps to the overall conclusions. You were asked about certain earlier passages, but if we could go to the overall conclusions on landscape and visual effects, please. And that's at paragraphs 3.
My apologies for the interruption. Could you just repeat the reference?
Sorry.
Yes, it's CD 15.26.
I'm sorry, 15.
15, not 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that caught
All
me
right.
out as well.
That's okay. Please.
Sorry, what paragraph was that?
We're going to look at the section of the overall conclusions, which commences at paragraph 248. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a numbering, but it's in chapter 3, sorry, at the end of chapter 3. So if we look at paragraph 3.249, do we see there the significant visual effects from gear in the elevated areas of North Arran give rise to what we describe as substantial and dominant visual effects?
I see that.
And then we go on, in addition, there are a number of other significant visual effects which emphasises the prominence of the wind farm relation to the context of existing landform. These are from the Sound of Gear and its ferry route, from the Isle of Ferries and from the Knapdale area. So those are additional areas.
Yes.
You see at 3.2.5.1 at the end that the combination of wind farms is of concern to them, particularly, again, from Gear and the elevated areas in Arran.
Yes.
And they then go on to discuss APQ issues, where they have also had issues with the lack of clear definition of qualities and purpose of designation.
Yes.
So, fortunately for us, we get a lot of these references to cases, but we don't have any visual material. But in the context of this particular proposal, we have elements of visual material which perhaps illustrate the points that were being made. And that's because this application was live when the original application for this scheme had been submitted. So if we go to CD 1.5.6,
Do you mean the visuals?
Yes.
The visuals are in CD 1.5. Oh, yes, 0.6, yes. So that's gear from the original EIA rather than the updated visuals.
So perhaps if we just start at 7.35A, because it gives us a bit of context, these are the large cumulative wire lines, and they are helpful just orientating everyone to it. To this, we see in this particular 180, is it a 180?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
we're seeing Airy to the north. We see Sheirdrim Hill and tips of possibly some Freesdale behind, and tips of High Constellation.
yes.
And in that context, how would you describe Sheirdrim in that particular viewpoint?
So certainly from this part of gear, Sheirdrim sits partially backgrounded, much lower on the horizon. The tips do appear above landform, but it's only tips. There may be one hub, but it sits within the landform. Some of the near landform is screening, and then there's a little bit of landform behind.
And then if we move on to B, do we get a depiction of Keeling from the center of gear?
Yes, we do. It sits more prominently on the horizon, and you can see that some of the turbines do come down onto the slopes which face to the outward slopes, which do face to the west. Some of them are partially screened, some of them are behind the hills.
And how would you describe Platt and Glen?
Again, probably more similar to us. There are predominantly tips with a few hubs nearer to the horizon rather than getting the full height or much of the height of the turbines. But again, I think Clackegg Glen here is closer, and Killeen is closer than Sheirdrim is.
If we then move on in the next few points, which is CD 01.5.7. And this is a high point on a hill on to the west of Arran.
Yes.
Overlooking the peninsula. And again, perhaps we'll start at the left-hand side, looking at the wireline underneath, because obviously anything that's on the photomontage exists already, and effectively what is proposed is in the wireline, isn't it?
That's correct.
And,
yes.
What's the relationship with Killeen in relation to the peninsula in this particular view?
So here, Killeen would be seen above Dukerin Hill, which is visible on the photograph, and it would be seen above, on top of the Kintyre Peninsula, in front of Gia, or Isla, probably that's Isla there. So it would be seen basically on top of the horizon, on top of the landform, which is the Kintyre Peninsula.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, I think the photomontage was probably taken in not perfect visibility.
I think it was a bit hazy. It has
So
to be said.
what you can see is landforms behind if you've got a paper copy. That you can see Jura and other islands beyond, and I think what you've described is that not only would the Killeen turbines overtop the sea, but would also impinge onto those other landforms.
Yes, you would see them in front of Isla there. Yeah.
So, when having read what the reporters said at Killeen about overtopping, is that
Yes.
overtopping Kintyre in terms of use of Mara?
I can understand, and again, we did review some of the reports, both for sites that were refused and for sites that were consented, again to get an understanding of what's likely to be acceptable. And yes, I can see where the reporter references overtopping, how you could describe that as what's occurring here. It's, I mean, especially compared to Clackegg Glen, which is much more set down, and even High Constellation, which is still and will be, clearly visible in the view, but it's more within the Kintyre Peninsula. So I can understand in terms of proximity and the potential for overtopping in this location.
And how would you describe Sheirdrim as a proposal in relation to that same issue?
So Sheirdrim again would be fully backgrounded by landform and would be perceived much more similarly to High Constellation than it would Killeen. It'll be all backgrounded. It wouldn't be appearing above or in front of any of the waterscape beyond. So it does sit well tucked in within the peninsula.
Mr. Innes, are you okay to stop for lunch just now, or did you want to hold?
No, I'm fine to stop. I'm not going to be that much longer, but I appreciate everyone's been going for a long time, and there is an element of once tired, it makes it even harder in the afternoon. So happy to stop and have our sandwiches now. Thanks.
Okay, well, let's do that then. So it's just gone 1 o'clock. So back here for 2, please. Thanks very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon's continuation of today's session. We left off with Mr. Innes in his re-examination, so let's just pick up from there. Mr. Innes, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I've only really got a couple of further matters to deal with, and they arise in relation to the cross-examination of Ms. Anderson by Mrs. Pratt. So I'm going to ask you, first of all, could you have before you the CD 1.9.7.A, 1.9.7A, and it's the figure 723. It's the location plan for viewpoint 3.
Yes.
Insofar as at this particular viewpoint, there is a essentially 360 of the baseline panoramas with wireline, and they're each 90-degree horizontal field of view. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the context of the photomontages, they're both off to the essentially the southwest, and they're both 53.5.
That's correct.
And presumably having 2 was to represent the overall horizontal spread of the totality of the proposal.
That's correct.
So if we go into the first one, which is 23A, which is the 90-degree context facing south, it incorporates the entire wireline of Sheirdrim Hill proposal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the context of the foreground in the wireline, do we see what is the proposed Inverary to Crossegg overhead line?
Yes.
And that, as I understand, is a project which is under construction, is that?
Yes. Yes, it is under construction.
Yeah. So within that viewpoint, that change is likely now to occur. Is that correct?
Very much so.
So in terms of, we'll obviously come and look at the change, but that's that 190-degree context. If we then look at B, which is the view essentially due west, and I think Mrs. Pratt took you to the fact the area was only just visible.
Yes.
In that view and in that particular context, will the overhead lines be adding a new element of fairly prominent development?
Well, it won't be adding a new element. The 132 are already visible from the view and in that direction, but the 132 will be removed and replaced with the larger 275 tower, so it will be more noticeable.
And in terms of wind farm influence, how would you describe area in that context?
Again, I do agree. It's not particularly intrusive. It is on the sky, but it is on the skyline, so it will be visible behind the overhead lines.
And in terms of the slightly to the left of area in the photomontage, do we see Jura?
Yes, the paps of Jura do come out, and that is one of the that's one of the elements that was identified in the capacity study that were part of the valued views from this route.
And the extent and nature of those are probably best experienced on the route, is that? Yes.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah. And again, just taking one static photograph probably doesn't do it justice, nor the extent and when. That's something you should go and experience.
Yes, I think Arran is particularly, views to Arran are particularly present, and views to Jura, obviously you only get those when the visibility is quite good.
Now if we go to 23, C, that's the north view. Again, is there anything of particular prominence there that would?
I mean, other than it's free from wind energy development.
And then D.
Yes, again, this is where you pick up the views of Arran. So again, the hillside at the back of you is free of wind energy development. There is a small power line, but it is predominantly free. And then views to Arran are very notable from this route, definitely.
So perhaps going back to A to look at the context. That often the views to Arran, which are obviously to the east, Escart and the new 275 kV will set the limit of larger scale development. Is that correct?
Yes.
But it is set back from that view, is it?
It is.
Yeah. And equally in the context to the west, it is Sheirdrim Hills last turbine that sets the limit of development. But if we then swap over, we can see that that's not going to come into the context of the view to Jura, is it?
No.
I think probably trying to bring this viewpoint to a head. We're agreed there's a significant impact. Everyone who's appeared is agreeing there's a significant impact on the A8001 in that southerly view. What we've also got from Mr. Pratt is the claim that the introduction of Sheirdrim Hill will result in a wind farm landscape. To what extent is it relevant to have regard to the whole context when evaluating whether or not a landscape has reached a threshold of becoming a wind farm dominated landscape?
Well, I think it's very relevant. I think you need to consider all 360 degrees of the view, and certainly the wind energy would only exert itself in the views to the southwest, and views to Arran and Jura would remain unaffected, and views off on the other side of the road, there's no wind energy development at all there. So again, those are the reasons for why I don't think it would be considered a wind energy or perceived as a wind energy landscape, given that it's only in one part of the view. But I do appreciate, and as Mr. Ennis said, that we have identified significant effects, but they wouldn't occur to that extent.
And if I can now ask you to just move on to the next viewpoint, which is viewpoint 4, and that's 7.24 198A onwards. So it's 1.98A, B, C, D, E. Say D, sorry, ends, so it's 4. And just looking again at the initial viewpoint location plan, that there is essentially a range of panoramas that you've provided in, is it 90-degree contexts?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we look at that again at this particular viewpoint, as you said, you went up the road to try and get a more open view. But just to get some context, it's perhaps helpful to look at A, C, and D, with which again all have quite similar characteristics and contrast with B.
Yes, there's quite a bit of scrub and tree cover locally in that area. And I tried to find the most open view that was available towards the proposed development in order to provide it in the illustration.
And equally within 724B, again, when we see residential properties and others, again, is tree cover and vegetation part of the key character in the view?
Yes, yes, it is. There's quite extensive, as I said when I was discussing it with Mrs. Pratt, there is quite a lot of vegetation in and around the area and within the settlement.
And again, is that something best experienced from a viewpoint, or is it best experienced in the ground?
Definitely experienced on the ground.
Thank you, sir. That concludes re-examination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That moves us on to Mr. O'Carroll, who will, I think, be inviting the council's witness, Councillor Taylor, to join him. So over to you, Mr. O'Carroll.
I'd just like to check I have Councillor Taylor on the call just now. Mr. Henderson could assist. I can't see him on the screen I have.
I can see Councillor Taylor's name. I'm not sure whether Councillor Taylor, if you can hear me, would you be able to turn on your video for us, please? I'll tell you what. I think we'll take an adjournment for 5 minutes to just give you a chance to reach Councillor Taylor and hopefully get him sorted out so that we can see and hear him. So,
well, sir, just before we have a break for that purpose, I would like to canvass something with you as well.
okay.
Councillor Taylor's recognition is to be found at CD 10.16.
Okay.
Now, as you'll see, it's a very brief recognition. Mr. Innes has indicated that he will have some questions, but well, I assume he will do because he's given me advance notice of the documents he'll be referring to, which are 2 in number. Even though that's the case, I'm wondering, sir, if it would be appropriate for me to ask Councillor Taylor to read out his recognition after the starting from point 3 after the introduction and his role and experience, in order to give his evidence as to his part in the decision that was made. Or would you like to just simply remain with it being taken as read? The reason why I say that is because it's a very short recognition, and Councillor Taylor is giving evidence specifically to represent that point of view of the ward that he raised an objection for, or that an objection was raised in respect of, in terms of Clack and the White House.
We're happy for that to be the case. I think it'll, given what you've described to me, I don't think it's going to take particularly long for him to be able to read through those bits. So yeah, let's take.
He's joined the call actually, sir. I've just seen his name join the call.
Okay,
Councillor Taylor.
Apologies for that. I don't know what on earth happened. I've been spent all this time sitting quietly, and if I need to, the button just wasn't even on my screen, so I apologise.
Okay. Councillor Taylor, I can't seem to see you in real life action. Do you have your video key pressed?
Video's on.
Video's on. Is it just me that can't see him then, or is anyone else unable to see him?
We're unable to see Councillor Taylor here.
Not just me then.
There's a there we are. We can see you.
Oh, there we are. I think sometimes it just takes some time for the data to come through, sir. That causes the delay. Well, good afternoon, Councillor Taylor. Thank you for joining us. I've just been speaking to the reporter, and I've identified that you have produced a recognition, which is at document 1016, which is the recognition that you wrote prior to before the deadline for recognition to this inquiry. Do you have a copy of your recognition in front of you?
I do.
Now, Councillor, what I'd like to do is simply run through the first two parts, and then I'm going to ask you to read out loud from section 3. But the first two parts are where you introduce yourself, how long you've been an elected member of Argyll and Bute Council, and what you currently do, and your qualifications. And at section 2, you describe your role and experience and your part in particular of the chair of the Planning, Protective Services and Licensing Committee and the Licensing Board from May 2012 and the meetings you attended. Now, what we're interested in hearing from you is your role in the council decision, which was all part of the objection to the current scheme. So if you wouldn't mind, please, Councillor Taylor, could you read on out loud from section 3.1 of your recognition, please?
Certainly happy to do that. Please ask me to speak up if you can't hear me.
I can hear you fine.
I very much welcome and support the development of sustainable energy, including wind generation. I acknowledge that there may be different standpoints and views on this. However, I do not subscribe to the view that wind farms are detrimental to tourism, but rather are an essential and, a welcome development. If you like, so I'll return to the words. The wind farms and fish farms are the new farms of the Scottish Highlands and to be welcomed. Professional advice and recommendations are important to decisions to be made by committee members. I value the professional advice and opinion of professional staff and consultants, but never lose sight of the fact that this can be one of a number of views and opinions to which I need to have regard. As an elected member, representing the communities of Argyll and Bute, I always give due regard to the views of the community, as expressed by a community council, and where indicated, I will support a local hearing before determining an application. For me, it's important that communities that will be changed by planning decisions have an opportunity to be heard. On May the 24th, when the application was determined, the committee considered a report which recorded the responses of various consultees, including those of nearby community councils. In addition to the concerns of a number of those consulted by the council, which drew attention to the adverse impacts of the proposed development on the scheduled monument and landscape, members were asked to consider the assessment of the council's landscape consultant architect, which included advice to the effect that the development would be located in a landscape where capacity has largely been reached in landscape and visual terms. The report, supported by the planning officer, recommended the council object to the proposal. Whereas the committee divided on whether to determine the matter on the day or to defer for further consideration, I was sufficiently motivated to second the motion of the committee chair that the council object to the proposed developments for the reasons set out in the committee report. I took into account the strong representations made by local communities and the West Kintyre Community Council in particular, which drew attention to the siting of the wind farm and the impacts and the views in and around the village of Clachan. They felt that the proposed development would have an overbearing influence not only on those living in their community, but those who would choose or would consider living there. This representation drew attention to the detrimental impacts of another nearby wind farm close to the village of Whitehouse, which had given rise to complaints of noise. Whilst the report of handling summarised the representations of West Kintyre and East Kintyre Community Council, who objected on the grounds of visual, cumulative and landscape impact and cumulative harmful visual impacts respectively, together with the submissions of South Knapdale and Gia Community Council, These were left to be developed in opinions and views expressed by the Council's planning officers, consultant advisor and statutory consultees. Whereas the substantive view put to the meeting was that the development would result in detrimental visual impacts to the landscape, to scenic views and to local historical artefacts, a number of elected members drew attention to the expressed views of the nearby communities. Ultimately, the Council Committee objected to the proposal. The Council objected to the proposed development for all the reasons set out in the committee report, and specifically the adverse landscape and visual impacts on the villages of Clachan and Whitehouse. This, in my mind, reflected the discussion and contributions from fellow members to the debate on the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that, Councillor Taylor. I understand that you have managed to locate a couple of documents that I understand Mr. Innes might require you to refer to in the course of your questioning from him. Have you got those to hand, Councillor Taylor?
I've certainly got one of them. I'm a bit worried when you say two. I've certainly got one which relates to viewpoints and a number of viewpoints. I may have to look up another one.
Right, that looks fine. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Sir, I have no supplementary questions for this witness. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Innes, over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, Councillor Taylor. Can I first of all say that you may or may not need the documents depending on answers to questions. So I made reference to them depending on what you say, and if you answer in a particular way, we may not even need to go there. So I'm just going to explore briefly with you the context. In section 4, you set out broadly the approach that you have adopted in the actual committee meeting held on the 20th of May. I just want to briefly discuss with you a bit of context that you've set out in your values, first of all, please. I note that in terms of paragraph 3.2, that you have a particular view generally about both wind farm development and fish farms, that they potentially offer opportunities to the Scottish Highlands and may well be welcomed.
That's true.
So in that context, you don't start from a premise of a closed mind to that change. And perhaps if I put it another way, your view when you hear about a wind farm proposal is not, oh no, not another wind farm proposal on Kintyre, but you will consider the merits of each proposal that comes before you.
Absolutely true.
And in terms of your view, as a councillor, you couldn't express a view prior to committee meeting, or otherwise you wouldn't be allowed to participate in that meeting. Is that correct?
I shouldn't. I'm not allowed to express a view. That's right. It doesn't prevent me from attending a meeting or listening to what people have got to say, but I certainly have to have an open mind, and I cannot have an expressed view about the application or my intention in relation to it. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Because to do so would bring into doubt the independence which you bring in terms of your role on that committee. Is that correct?
Yep.
And in terms of section 4, you identify that the committee essentially had before them a fairly extensive committee report that canvassed the various views of the officers, the materials submitted along with the application. And these were matters which you gave careful consideration to. Is that correct?
Yep. Yes.
Yes. And in terms of the subsequent process, as you've identified above at 3.4, you're supportive of planning committees or planning committees hearing everyone's view before coming.
I think the point I was making there. Oh gosh, I've got an echo. The point I was making was particularly in relation to communities. I think that they are, to a large extent, I might just say that they have to live with the consequences of these decisions. and especially where there is shall we say, I'll use the term volume. If there's a volume of objection, particularly where a community or people within the community have concerns, regardless of what the outturn is, whether it's the grant consent or not or otherwise, I absolutely believe that where there is that, if you like, expressed concern, often for support as much as objection, but where there would be value in terms of the people like myself and the other members of the committee hearing from the community, then I would certainly support the holding of a hearing to allow elected members to be able to hear the widest possible representation. I think it's important when I say that, although I'm speaking about the community and I've referred to that in my paper, the good thing about a community, about a hearing most often held in the community, is we can also hear from a developer and indeed in those circumstances from their consultant as well as from the council and often from theirs. So that gives us a very full, if you like, set of information and the opportunity to develop our understanding through questions in the course of that.
Can I just check that the applicant has disappeared from view, so I just need to check whether Mr. Innes has just turned off his camera and whether he can still hear us. Mr. Innes, are you there? I think we've lost connection with Mr. Innes, and Councillor Taylor, that happened partway through you answering his question. I think we'll just take a moment to see if the applicant is able to rejoin us.
Hello? No, it's not.
Hello, Mr.
Hello?
Innes.
Hello, Mr. Innes. Well, I don't know if
Did
you
you
can see
lose?
us.
We can't see you, but we can hear you. Did
What
you
we'll do is
lose
we'll
connection
leave-
entirely?
No, I heard the answer entirely, but I was somewhat distracted. But I've got the answer, I think. But
Okay.
what I'll do is we'll leave and come back in because everything went black, which wasn't a great experience. So we'll leave and come back in, I think probably is the answer.
Very well, we'll give you a few moments to do that. So yes, my apologies, everyone. This can't be helped. The reality of the electronics here, but yeah, we'll give the applicant just a moment to go out and come back in again. Mr. Innes, I can see you again. Do you want to see if we can hear you?
Yes, just hope we don't go blacked out. It was very dramatic. You all just disappeared in a oneer. So we'll try again.
There we go. Please continue where you left off.
Yeah, we got you at the meeting, I think, and we were discussing the value of all that information. As I understand it, your evidence is essentially reporting what happened at the meeting about the fact that councillors had also taken into account representations made to them by a range of local groups, including the West Kintyre Community Council, and arising from that information, the councillors at the committee chose to add that additional rider onto the reasons for objection. Is that correct?
Yep, I think the thing is this, that I would say that the way I saw that is that if you're aware of how elected members behave in such things, they always want to make a contribution. And elected members are not expert witnesses, and so they'll make a contribution about the things that they are, that if you like, are essentially tangible to them, and they feel they are able to talk on with some authority. And of course, that allows them to talk in the way that they did in representing the views of their community, which was known to them. I suppose what I would say to you is that whether I feel that it was a substantive element of the decision, or whether it was an element of the decision. The reason for which they actually made the extension in the way that you described, and I think essentially the decision turned on the substantive report of the council officers. Nonetheless, right, that's exactly the decision they made.
And my next question is the one that I read. You're not here at this inquiry giving direct evidence on those impacts. You're giving a description of an explanation of what happened at the committee. Is that correct?
Yep. I'm certainly not an expert witness, that's for sure.
Well, because on that basis, I asked that question very deliberately, Councillor Taylor, because on that basis, I don't really want to take you to visualizations, because otherwise that's not going to take us very much further. And I've now got the nature and extent of your evidence. So thank you very much, but I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Innes. Councillor Taylor, I have a couple of questions. I'm going to check with Karen Hayward, see if she has any questions. No, I have a couple of questions for you. If you just bear with me a moment, I'll find those. Just a moment. Before I do that, Mrs. Pratt, do you have any questions of clarification that you wish to raise?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Good afternoon, Councillor Taylor. There's
Good
just
afternoon.
one clarification. Can I just confirm that the planners did report in their report to committee that there were people in support from the community as well as those from those objectors?
I seem to recall, indeed it is very much about recollection, but I recall that there was a small number of supporters as well, and that was in the substantive written report, if I recall, Mrs. Pratt.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor, if I can take you to your recognition and to paragraph 4.4 of that, which is on,
Yep.
I think, the third page, or the third page of my electronic copy anyway. You appear to connect the visual and landscape effects of, or at least you appear to report the visual and landscape effects of the proposed development with the long-term sustainability of the village. We're aware that other objectors have raised similar matters, and perhaps it might be those with whom you've spoken and whose view you're conveying. Could I just clarify with you, what do you understand these impacts on the sustainability of the village to be, and what do you think we should take from that?
No, I think they were speaking about, sorry, the West Community, so the West Kintyre Community Council representation made specific reference to the influence of that about whether people would choose to live in these villages, and that was the thing I alluded to. I think, in fairness, I wouldn't say that my thoughts were unique to this particular one. I would say to you that I have, and really, if you like, in terms of the kind of developments I've indicated, I would support wind farm development. I think that the only time it becomes a matter of concern for me is where there is a sort of, and there's twice that I can reflect on not supported them, and that is where the wind towers, where wind turbines have been located in a location very close to a village, or well, invariably in the West Highlands, a village, where I felt that they have had a kind of omnipresent, overbearing sort of nature, and I reflected on that and on one of the visuals that we were shown at the committee, which kind of supported that in terms of saying it would be their big visual, if you like, a kind of an oppressive kind of location, and so it was easier for me to align with that view that it may well affect someone who was looking to move to that village, not only those who were resident in it. And so therefore I was able to, if you like, empathise to some extent with the assertion made by the West Kintyre Community Council.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. And my second question, I suppose, is along a similar line. You also appear to raise concerns about the landscape and visual effects of the proposal on the settlement of Clachan in particular. And we're aware from the submission of the applicant and indeed the council's landscape witness, I think in her material, seem to indicate and agree that the village is set within a valley that is vegetated, and to some extent some of those views would be restricted by that location and its position within that. Do you share that view?
I think the thing is that when we were, it's been interesting for me today to kind of be exposed to a slightly different level of information and contribution to the discussion around the individual visibilities and what have you. In terms of in the council committee, we would see three things essentially. We would see the wireline diagrams, which shows the relationship between a wind tower and the nearby landscape. We would see a ZTV, which looks at visibility over most often 360 degrees, and about on a wider scale, a large scale. And we would also see the photo montages. And I think the thing is specifically about and these are things which influence you as an elected member. And I know that particularly the one and other people have referred to, there was the one that I touched on a minute ago, which was taken from on the A83 south of Clachan, where as you approach from an elevated, and it is elevated, you come up over the top of the road and you drop down into the village. That photo montage actually showed the village, and at the back of it, basically a very significant in proportion and height. The backdrop to that on the skyline was, in fact, a large number of wind turbines. And I suppose to me, in fairness to the point that you would make and the consultant would make, I suppose if I was in the village and at my back door or looking out my window, would I see a turbine? Well, perhaps not. But the point is, I would absolutely have no doubt that when I was coming and going from my village, that I would see that it was crowned by these quite close, I mean, quite, as I said, they're significant in terms of height and mass. And that was the issue that, if you like, influenced me. But I do accept that point that was made by the consultant, that from specific points there may be little or no visibility, but nonetheless it would be the setting in a village in which the community will live, work, and have to come and go from. Sorry, I have to come and say, I mean, I do recognise my own limitations in this regard, but I hope that's actually addressed that point.
And that's very helpful. Thank you. That was all the questions I had. So, Mr. O'Carroll, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Taylor, thank you very much for your evidence. I have no re-examination for you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for your time today. Okay, that moves us on to West Kintyre Community Council. And so, Mrs. Pratt, that brings us to you. Did you want to take a break before you give your evidence in chief and subsequently cross-examined, or are you happy to proceed straight away just now? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Forgot, sorry. No, I'm happy to proceed.
Very well. Over to you then.
I think if you look at my recognition and my hearing statement, it states our case quite, in my view, eloquently as far as we're concerned, in that it is a general feeling in the area, not just the area of Whitehouse and Clachan, but the surrounding area and other community councils, that were this application to be consented, it would increase significantly the visualization of wind farms in the area, not only to visitors, but for everybody that lives and works and plays in the area ourselves. Bearing in mind, Councillor Taylor has just alluded to the fact that all of us have to use, in particular, the A83, because it's the only road we have, to get to and from work, to and from hospitals, to and from the shops on a daily basis, to and from the landscape, to access it for walking purposes, etc., for our animals, etc. And that is one of the reasons that the community as a majority, I'm not saying everybody in the community, and as I alluded to in my statements and our objections, I speak on behalf of the majority or most of the community rather than the total community. And it is always acceptable by us that there are people that are not objecting to a specific development, that may object to another development next door or something. And therefore, as a community councillor, I too have to be sitting on the fence as to my own personal views as far as wind farm development goes, and speak on behalf of the community voice. And in this case, in particular, it is felt that this wind farm will significantly tip the balance to that of a landscape with a wind farm landscape rather than a landscape that we currently have with wind farms. If I may just briefly, and I know it's not in this actual application, but there is actually an application about to go to planning on the other side of the B8001, which I'm not sure has been included in any of this. And that's a rather large Erigel application that will be on the opposite side of the 8001, considering a lot has been made of the fact that there is nothing currently on the northern side of the 8001. But there we go. Really, that's all I have to say. I think my cross-examination, my precognitions, etc., have pointed out the areas that are of concern and the viewpoints, etc., that are of real concern to the local communities that are most affected by this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we'll move to a cross-examination by Mr. Innes. So Mr. Innes, over to you.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, Mrs. Pratt. Could I ask you to have a copy of your precognition available, please, which is document number CD 10.13.
Yes, I have it available.
I'm going to first of all just look at a passage within paragraph 2.01 of the precognition, where you say the community of West Kintyre are increasingly aware of global warming. You understand the whole challenge of global warming, and you're very committed to supporting the targets. But there's then the proviso, provided they do not significantly adversely affect the visual and natural heritage landscape of the area. Do we see that as a statement?
I do.
And insofar as the West Kintyre Community Council is concerned, would it be fair to say that you have been fairly consistent in your opposition to larger scale wind farm development within Kintyre? And we can go through and I'll put a number of schemes to you.
Okay, welcome back after that brief interlude. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and okay, it seems that yes, Councillor Taylor has now left the call, so there's no additional feedback there. So Mr. Innes, we cut you off. You were midway through your cross-examination, so please take a moment to regain where you were and continue.
Yes, I think I was midway through a list. I think I'll probably start from scratch again. and we'll go through it. And I think we were discussing the Community Council's attitude to other wind farm development, and I've only gone on the published documentation that's available before this inquiry. In terms of CD 1514A at Blairy Hill, it's reported that the Community Council objected. It's reported in CD 1524 and 25 in Clachan Glen that you had objected. In CD 1543, Killeen objection. CD 1527, Tangi Roman numeral 4 objection. CD 1530, Airy. CD 1533, High Constellation, and CD 1544, Cregan. Would that be a fair list of those publicly available ones that you'd actually objected to?
Yes, I would agree with that, because we objected on behalf of the community that made representations at all the meetings. Each of these communities with all these different developments that you're talking about affected different areas of the Kintyre Peninsula and different communities. In the days that you're talking about, of all these various ones, we would have regular meetings, usually monthly, with the developers, and the developers would talk the community through the development. They would look at the iterations, the changes and iterations, etc. And we always have said to the community, we will represent the views of that particular community. In the case of Blairy Hill and Cregan, it's significantly affected, as I think the reporters did agree, and in particular with Cregan, the small community of Glenbar, and the road, the C20 in particular, would have made a complete corridor effect of turbines going up the C20 for the villagers and anybody else accessing the interior of the peninsula. They turned down Cregan and they accepted Blairy, which has been accepted by the community and are now living with it, and they're, you know, relatively happy as you can be. With the case of Killane and Blackhead Glen, that was a conjoined hearing because they were both stood above the village technically of Tairn, Lowen and Moosdale, we'll say, and those villagers strongly objected to them, and we therefore represented the views of those villagers. In the case of Tangi, Tangi is a small hamlet sitting right up on the hillside, and every single property at Tangi contacted us with an objection. Therefore, as the representative of these communities asked to comment, we did comment. In the case of High Constellation, again, it was more the community of Clachan that were in objection to High Constellation because of the visibility from the village of Clachan. In Arry, it was mainly the residents again that would have been from, in particular, the high road of Clachan and people travelling on the A83 and Ronican area, where they felt that it would be intrusive on their visualisation and their local amenity. Those are the reasons we objected. We haven't objected to all applications in the area. We did, in this instance, Ben Turk 3, because those are wind farms that are well established and on the interior of the peninsula in an area that has always been accepted, has been more acceptance, the actual landscape, to structures of this size, because it's more on the spine and the interior of the actual peninsula. But the farther north you go, in this, as in this case, the interior is very different. It's not the spine, and they are far more intrusive and are affecting, in the case of Sheirdrim Hill, far more two communities in particular, rather than one in the village of, shall we say, Blowry Hill, or the villages of Tairnlowen, which incidentally happens to be the largest village we have, and also has the ferry terminal to Gear in it. So those are our reasons. And as I said before, irrespective of my personal views on wind farms, as a community council, we are elected members of our local community to represent their views. And we represent the views of most of the villagers, most of the community on each and every application. And I don't think it's applicable personally to compare applications that might be 20, 30 kilometres away, affecting completely different communities. We represent 7 different communities on the west of the Kintyre Peninsula with approximately, and I'm sorry, I'm old-fashioned, I still deal in miles because that's how I was taught at school, but however many 5 miles approximately between each village is, and therefore the views of each village will be slightly different, obviously, of every wind farm application that comes through. So I think we give an absolutely fair representation of the views of the local communities for every single wind farm application that comes our way, of which I am sure you're aware, as a community council, we do deal with rather a lot of them and have currently got about another 5 in the offing. So we're quite used to having community consultations on wind farms. As a community, we are committed to reducing carbon footprint. And I can give you examples of that don't include wind farms, I'll agree, but they include that we've helped support and fund things like solar panels onto community facilities such as village halls. We are now supporting our village halls in the installation of things like air source heat pumps to actually heat their halls to save their carbon footprint. So we are trying to do as much as we can as a community council towards supporting the local carbon footprint being produced by our communities on Kintyre.
If we perhaps move on to ones that you haven't objected to, Freesdale was not one of the ones that the Community Council objected to, and you remain neutral in relation to that application. Is that correct?
I personally remain neutral to it. At the point of Freesdale, I was not a member of the Community Council. The Community Council at that time did not have the inclination or time, shall we say, to write reports for either the council or the Scottish Government when it came to wind farms, although there was extremely strong objections to Freesdale, I can assure you, had you been at any of the meetings. And I'm sure the developer, Res UK, would tell you that, because there was, in fact, I think Freesdale had communities from north, south, east and west. At one point, I think there was over 100 people at one of the community meetings. But there again, Freesdale was the first application of any wind farm to the north of the peninsula, which is specifically in the LWEX as being sensitive to such structures. Over 130. I agree, Freesdale is only 100 metres.
And did the Community Council object to Escart?
No, we did not object to Escart.
And in terms of Airy, which is a fairly recent decision, CD 1530, as you described, it was a well-designed wind farm with containment, but notwithstanding that position, the Community Council objected because certain residents had raised that with you, and you decided that that was a basis on which you should put forward an objection.
I said before, I personally think Airy was a well-designed wind farm. We objected as a community council, as I've stated before, because we needed to we have to represent the views of the community that contacts us with regards to these things. That is our role in this. It's not personal views. It's if the community want to object to us and come to us, and those that don't want to or choose to say it's a good idea, that's fine. we encourage our community to talk to us. As witness, I have said with this business of the lack of webcasting at the moment is quite distressing quite a lot of the community, because they wanted to be involved. They wanted to be involved and take part in, well, they can't speak at this hearing, but they wanted to be involved and see what was being said, what was going on, and possibly make contact with me with any further queries they might have, or indeed with further people saying, gosh, what a good idea. As a community council, we try very hard to involve our community in decision making, and it's called local democracy as far as we're aware.
But looking at that, if at the end of the day you go and canvass a local group of people who are opposed to it, and then say that's the views of the whole community council area, isn't it ultimately mean that if there's any local opposition to a particular wind farm, effectively West Kintyre Community Council will take up the cudgels? And I've no doubt you've got the experience and understanding. It's clear from the recognition that you've lodged before this inquiry that as chair of that particular community council, you have expertise, you've read the capacity study, you understand a lot of the policy context. Would it be fair to describe that if people feel that they're opposed to a particular development, that you have the skills and expertise to enable the community to express those views and to put them in a planning context? Would that be fair, Mrs. Pratt?
First of all, may I say that I object to the words that I might go out and canvass the views. We don't canvass we don't actually canvass as such, as I understand the word canvass to mean. I'm not knocking doors. None of our community councillors are knocking doors and asking for views. We post information up. We have on our recently developed website, I will agree. So this is a new innovation for us. Communities are aware of when there are meetings, and we hold separate. We do not include them in a general community council meeting. We have a brief discussion at community council meeting, but we like to hold separate meetings, preferably with the developer, if they're willing to come and meet with the community. Increasingly, this is not happening. They have one meeting, and that's they say that they fulfilled their obligation to meet with the community. So they can hear the community's views themselves and try themselves to allay the fears of the community. So no, we do not actually canvass. We have meetings asking people to discuss their views. People come to us and they say whether they agree or they disagree. We make note of this. We encourage them to contact the council as well when it's posted that the councillor are asking for views on any application that's put forward. As witness, there was, I think, I can't remember the numbers at this point in time, we're checking it all. I think there was about 41 people, local people have contacted the council with objections, who were all locals. And there were others that contacted the council saying they were for it. So we try our best to communicate. That's what we understand our role is to find the views, to ask for the views of residents. Some residents, I agree, and that's why I always use the term most or majority, don't have a problem with it. And that's why I specifically never say all the residents or the whole community. I'm very careful in that to make sure that people are aware that it is the views of most of those that have contacted in the localized community to the wind farm.
And my follow-up question was whether, with all the experience that you personally have, do you feel it's one of your roles that once a community may have opposed a particular development because of the views that they don't wish this to happen, that you are a conduit for articulating those views? And it's clear from reading your recognition that you have taken a lot of time to read the policy framework that applies in Argyll and Bute. You understand the documentation, you understand the system, you understand the process. Would it be fair to say that you then become a spokesperson for that feeling of objection, and you actually articulate the objection relative to your knowledge and understanding of the documentation and framework that applies?
Oh yes, clearly I am the elected spokesperson of that community. That's my role as an elected community councillor. However, I think you'll find that an awful lot of our community are well aware of Scottish planning policy on wind farms and on the local development plan. And this is often, not always, but often stated in their objections as well. That's contrary to LLDP, contrary to SSP. They may not go into great depth on it, but they will use the wording contrary to, and they themselves might even points out to me that I haven't read, that I then go away and read. But many of our community, given the number of applications that they deal with on a regular basis now, have gone away and have studied the planning policies and the local development plans of the local council. And indeed, we are part and parcel of the consultation for local development plans, so which is part of the community council's role to discuss with local community and encourage them to read the documentation, etc., when it's draft conditions, as indeed we are currently doing with regards to the new draft wind farm policy document that's come out from the Scottish Government. That is all now currently being encouraged the community to read it and pass comments to us. So yes, I'm sorry if we actually involve our community, but we do involve the community, and that's the fact of life in West Kintyre.
And insofar as you make comments, I'm not cross-examining your planning policies. We've all had that dealt with by written submissions. But I will come on and look at a couple of paragraphs that you quote from. In terms of paragraph 202 of your precognition, you quote an extract from the capacity study.
Mm-hmm.
And I think clearly this is the LCT6, which is the host landscape where the wind farm is located, and therefore you're identifying issues from that document. Now, I'm going to deal first of all with halfway through, we see that very large turbines in many locations would be likely to significantly intrude on views from both Arran and Gear. Do we see that sentence? Consider extending the effects.
Yes.
Affecting the space and cluster spatial pattern of development.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can we first of all clearly see from that statement that it's not an absolute statement that all development in the LC6 will have that effect? It's in many locations it would have that effect.
Yes.
And in terms of the council and the applicant, we agreed that there would not be significant effects from either Arran or Gear.
Yes.
So in terms of that particular warning about LCT6, between the applicant and the council, we are agreed that that effect does not arise in the context of Sheirdrim.
Yes. But in that aspect, I will say I most probably wrongly used it, and I apologise for that. But as far as we're concerned, it significantly affects the northern part of Kintyre Peninsula.
Now, I want to, in 203,
which is also mentioned.
Yeah. What I've also got in 203 is the B8001. You cross-examined on it. I've re-examined on it, so I don't think we probably need to go back to the visualization, because I think we're both pretty clear on what it does. In the context of where wind farm development is prominent, it is prominent in a southerly direction for about 90 degrees from the road. Is that, would you accept that?
I would say more 180 degrees, but I will accept that it is not visible looking north. Yes.
Well, the issue is that the current and proposed development to the south of the A001 can all fit within a 90-degree wire line to the south. So it's not 180 degrees, it is 90 degrees. Yes?
Fine. Yes, okay. Yes, okay.
And do you agree that none of the schemes to the south of the A001 impinge on views to Jura or in the views to Arran?
No, I agree, but I've never actually continued my argument with regards to Arran and Jura in many ways. Our biggest issue with the 8001 has been and always will be the fact that it's a high point of the peninsula. It has one of the few areas at Spy and Cop in particular where this viewpoint was taken from, where a car can pull off rather than in a passing space, which is technically illegal, and actually look into the interior, view, if they want, both sides of the peninsula, as you say, Arran and on a good day, the Paps of Jura, and also walk, if they want, up towards the north, towards Tarbert, which is going uphill and on an elevated site, and gives them really good views, not only out to the west and east when you're at the top of those tracks, but also down southern into the southern aspect, looking down the peninsula itself. It's one of the few points that you can actually look down into the peninsula as such and see the seascape on either side.
And from those viewpoints, one will see, even without Sheirdrim Hill, Escart, if it's constructed, and the existing constructed Freesdale.
I agree.
And equally, what we were about to...
separated fairly well away from Freesdale as it stands at the moment.
And insofar as further development is proposed and been consented, the Inveraray to Crosshague overhead line 275 is under construction, and that will sit in front of the wind farms and be prominent and visible from the A8001.
We agree, and this also helps to make it more into a landscape, a wind farm landscape, rather than a landscape with wind farms, because they are so large and they draw the eye. The difference in size, if you draw the eye to those, then they're slightly bigger to Freesdale and then bigger again to Sheirdrim Hill, where Sheirdrim Hill to be consented. And at the moment, there's a lot of forestry being cut to accommodate the pylons for the Inveraray Crosshague line.
You mentioned in Chief one matter, which again, I don't think I probably need to turn up, but it's you mentioned that one of the issues in relation to the capacity study was the fact of the potential that there would be turbines either side of the 8001, and that was something which certainly in the capacity study terms was something which they were encouraging not to happen. Is that right?
No, no, because we haven't actually fully discussed that application yet, because it's not a full application. What I was suggesting was that because we understand that it should be going to planning in the very near future, it's another SBR application called Erigale, that it will be on the northern side of the B8001, and much today has been made that there is no installations on the northern part of the B8001. That is my suggestion, and it is just a suggestion. It's not a decision by this community council and indeed, as far as I know, any other community council at this point in time, although I am aware Tarbert and Skipness are very much unhappy about it. It's not a suggestion that we've even thought of making a response yet, because we've not been asked and we haven't actually fully consulted on it. So until we get the application, it's difficult. But we understand that from SPR that it is not far away from getting to actual planning.
What I was discussing about was the capacity study and the concept rather than the reality of such a future application. I think it might be worth just having a quick look at the capacity study. Could you have document CD 016.1, please?
Sorry, CD 16.1. One moment. Oh, sorry, I'll switch myself off. I'm sorry, my laptop had gone into sleep, so I've just had to switch it back on quickly, but I will now sort it out. CD 16. $16.1. Yes, I've got that.
Mr. Innes, I think you're on mute.
Am I back?
Yes, you're back. Yes, you're back.
Oh, good. Well, page 47, please. And what I was going to particularly look at was two comments towards the end of a list of bullets on key landscape and issues that may arise include. That's just to set the context. I don't like asking a witness a question without setting the context. This is in a section of potential cumulative issues. And then we've got at the bottom of page 46, key cumulative landscape and visual issues that may arise include. So it's a sort of list of things that might happen if we get more wind farm development.
Excuse me, just a moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Innes. I'd gone to electronic page 47, which I think is page 29 of the document. Are you on page 47 of the?
So I've done the same. So
Hey, just a moment. That,
What?
70.
We have on electronic.
I've got it on 74 onwards on electronic.
Yeah. So perhaps I've perhaps put the paragraph 4.10.3.
10.3.
4.10.3.
That's electronic page 72 on my.
Yeah.
On my.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's headed up potential cumulative issues.
Yes.
Yes. And we've got some text. And then at the bottom of that page, I've got key cumulative landscape and visual issues that may arise include, and then we get a series of bullet points on the next page. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to go to a couple of those, if I may, at the tail end, because they are potentially relevant to matters that you've raised. The first thing is a potential corridor of large wind farm developments in either side of the B8001, which could significantly detract from views to Arran and Jura and affect the experience of travellers using this road and the Loch Ranza Clanog ferry route. Do we see that?
Potential effects. What bullet point are you talking about, please?
Third last bullet point.
1, 2, 3. Oh yes, sorry. Yes. Yes. Oops, we've got feedback again. Yes, I see that.
Yes, so one of the concerns was actually the corridor effect, but the effects on the B8801 are clearly linked to two aspects, the Arran and Jura views and the Loch Ranza Clanog ferry route. And then we see further down the next bullet point, that significant increases in the extent of wind farm development as gaps between present clusters of turbines are potentially filled, seen in views from Arran and Gear, which could present a dominant or continuous dense band of turbines. Do we see that?
Yes.
I just want you to hold that, because there's a bit in the precondition that we're going to come and look at that particular aspect with you on, but I just wanted to flag that that was one of the concerns that have been expressed in the capacity study. Now, before we leave 2.03, there's some other aspects I want to just understand with you with dominating. Do you agree, because we've had quite a lot of discussion about the various viewpoints, particularly, if I may say, the viewpoints at Clachan North and at White House are both taken essentially from viewpoints that are on the road above the settlements to try and get a more open view. And when we actually see the context that both of them have considerable vegetation around them, and those will be important in understanding the context of those viewpoints. Do you accept that?
I accept there's vegetation surrounding them, but in the particular viewpoint we were talking about originally with White House, the vegetation is mainly scrubby and is deciduous vegetation. It's not forest that is likely to be cut down, and it's smaller deciduous type trees on the fringes, on the outskirts of the village. I agree, but it is unlikely that it will be forest cover that is cut down, and I accept that, but they are nowhere near the size of normal forestry type trees, and they are mainly scrubby bush type things, brambles, etc.
Yeah, and insofar as those viewpoints are concerned, for the 83, they're both oblique to the direction of travel, effectively.
I agree with that, but I don't agree
And
that
that
they are.
contrasts with viewpoint 8, which you pointed out this morning.
Viewpoint 8, yeah, which is
south of Clachan, which is about
southwest.
6. Yeah.
Well,
And the fact
the viewpoint 8, sorry, we seem to have an awful lot of feedback. The viewpoint 8, southwest of Clachan, is travelling along the road. In the northern direction, in the main, is the one that we would be most concerned with, and you are driving straight towards the hills and the wind farms, so you're driving straight towards the view as such at that point.
And for 600 yards using imperial measure, you'll have somewhere around that, it appears, the extent of visibility.
It disappears as you get into the village itself. I don't dispute that, but it then certainly reappears the minute you get past the shop and start driving towards Tarbert, and gets larger and larger, of course, as you go up the hill and towards Gartner Greenock, Lemnamach and White House and beyond to Kennycraig. And it is, of course, the view that the majority of the community share each day when travelling to and from work and shops.
Keeping going, can I now ask you to look at 2.04 of your recognition about Dunskeag? We've had a bit of a debate about this during the day, and as far as I can see, as you heard from the applicants, Miss Anderson, the view was that the key views from Dunskeag in a landscape sense and a visual sense are those across to Jura and those up West Loch Tarbert. Do you recall that discussion that you had with Miss Anderson?
I would agree with that once you've climbed up to Dunskeag, yes. When you examine the ruins, the ancient monument and the ruins, yes. But of course you are walking back towards the wind farms at that point in time.
But I mean, there's 2 points here. One is clearly Dunskeag itself is a destination point that you could go to, which you would spend some time on, looking at the various views, experiencing, probably walking across the top of it, looking at it from the side. You know, it is a destination where one gets those views and you can experience it from. Do you agree that that's the type of experience at the top of Dunskeag that people would do and have?
I do, and it's also a destination point that, as the local Tourism Alliance are now, as of this summer, promoting heavily. On the
And,
Kintyre 6.
And insofar as the position was in relation to AIRI, which is the scheme that that you, as a community council, objected to, that the impacts from Dunscape were ones which were very carefully considered by the Scottish ministers in the determination from that particular application. If you could perhaps have before you CD 1530, please.
Yes, I have that.
If we go to page 20, presumably you're aware that this is essentially a decision letter of the Scottish ministers. There wasn't a public inquiry. There wasn't a formal objection to the application, and therefore the ministers determined it themselves. And therefore all the reasoning about the effects and the acceptability of the effects are from the Scottish ministers themselves.
Yes, I agree.
And we see there at the bottom of page 20 that the AP, this is the West Kintyre Coast APQ, lies 6 metres south of the site, extends from Luke Point to Kiltrenzy, and it's viewpoint 9 Dunskeag and viewpoint 10 Ronaghan are within its APQ, Ronaghan being slightly south of Dunskeag. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's nearer 10. Yes, it's nearer. It's south of Clachan. Yes.
South of Clachan, that's correct, yes. And the Scottish ministers note that the proposed development affects views north towards West Loch Tarbert, but from the panoramic view available from Dunskeag, the proposed development would be seen in a different direction than the focal feature of Jura and will be set back from West Loch Tarbert. So those are findings that the Scottish ministers have made, particularly in relation to AIRI.
Yes.
And then the visual effects, because that's APQ, then we get to visual effects. The Scottish ministers note that viewpoint 9 is a prominent small hill on the south side of West Loch Tarbert and situated within West Kintyre, 360 panorama. It then goes on to note the bowl-like topography of the site and forest changes. Scottish ministers agree with the LVIA that at this viewpoint, the focal feature of Jura and outward views to sea are not affected, as these views are in a different direction from the wind farm. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
And then obviously you've got Ronaghan viewpoint 10, which is obviously also part of the APQ, and comments are made in relation to that. So if we go on to page 22, we see there halfway down a paragraph that the Scottish ministers agree with SNH and the LVIA that there will be some significant adverse effects from viewpoint 9 Dunskeag, viewpoint 10 Ronaghan, and reviews from the Isle of Jura Ferry as represented by viewpoints F1 to 3. And they've all been taken into account in the decision making as to the overall acceptability of the AIRI scheme.
Yes.
Do you agree that if the Scottish ministers have reached fairly clear conclusions about what's truly valued at Dunskeag in terms of views, should they not equally be consistent in their approach and apply the same logic to the determination of this application?
In many ways, yes, but in other ways, no. Because this determination will be looking at a wind farm on a completely different peninsula. And it will be, we are discussing not only Dunskeag in our view, looking out to sea, but in looking at it as a core path, and you go up and you also come down. And it's when you're coming down that the views become extremely apparent of the wind farms on the peninsula. and therefore detract from the landscape value and possible walking aspects and visual aspects of our peninsula on the Kintyre Peninsula. And of course, the wind farm will be extremely more visible from Dunscape than Arry is or would ever be in any case, because of the design of Arry.
But we'll no doubt in submission debate the merits of the separate schemes. But what we've got is two sets of key views from Dunscape, one up West Loch Tarbert and one out to Jura. In order to get from a view up West Loch Tarbert to the one out to Jura, I would have to have the view of Airy as well. We don't even sit between the two key viewpoints. This scheme, does it?
No, but the Scottish Government decision, as far as I recall, talked about the ferry from Islay to Jura, not the ferry from Kennycraig to Jura, and it is two different ferries. And Arry is more on the side of Jura than it is on the side of Westlock when it's viewed from the ferries. You will see far more of Arry when travelling from the ferry from the islands of Islay and Jura than you are ever likely to see from West Kintyre or indeed South Knapdale, because of the positioning of the actual wind farm on the South Knapdale Peninsula.
Turning back to your recognition, I want to pick up a further point that you make at paragraph 2.06. And there you open up with the claim that were this application to be consented, it would infill the gap between the consented Escart and High Constellation developments. Now, as we've seen, what this development actually does is infill the gap between Freesdale and Escart. Escart is located slightly further south. Is that not correct?
Oh, you are correct there, and that is a mistake that you have now pointed out to me, which I regret. It should have had a Freesdale in there. Yes, I admit that, and I did not realise that that is a mistake I had made on my precondition. I thank you for pointing that out to me. I'll make sure I respond in my final submissions.
Mrs. Pratt, compared to the volume of documentation that everyone deals with, there's mistakes all over everyone's documentation that's submitted. I was just thinking,
normally make
in that
mistakes when
point.
it comes to Freesdale and Escart and High Constellation though on this application. So I apologise sincerely for that, but I will rectify it.
Now, in terms of paragraph 2.09, we're now into the South Knapdale part of our Garland Butte. Is that within your community council area?
No, it's not. But I will admit that as community councils, the Kintyre and South Knapdale, all the community councils and South Knapdale work together quite closely on not just wind farms, on a variety of other things, as possibly will become apparent when we discuss other matters in the tourism and economy.
So I'm not quite sure. Is this a matter that's raised by a local community within your community council area, or is this you just expressing a view?
No, I attended several South Knapdale at their request community council meetings and took cognizance of things that were being said at their community council meetings as well. And they, I know, formed an opinion they were unable to, because it was literally a 50-50 split with the local community in South Knapdale with regards to this application. So I did agree that I would add it in that the aspects were compromised, the visualization, the visuals, and I have had residents that do travel down to Kilberry quite regularly because it's a very nice eatery down there that have passed comments. So it seemed appropriate that if our local residents were also passing comments about the change in the landscape as you look across to their home, which is Kintyre Peninsula, it made sense to put that comment in. And we are commenting on the whole application, the views of the whole application with regards to every wind farm application. Otherwise, we wouldn't be commenting on the council's views on landscape wind capacity studies, etc. Why comment on that if it's just our view on, no, we don't want a wind farm, thank you very much. Go run away. We do try to do our best at incorporating it into local planning policy as well.
But it was just interesting though, Mrs. Pratt, that you acknowledged that South Knapdale was 50-50, 54-50 against, but you said you would take up the cudgels for the 50 that were opposed. How can that appear fair and balanced when you said you're trying to be representative? I don't see anywhere in here that you acknowledge that position from the South Knapdale Community Council area. And it seems somewhat surprising that an adjacent community council take up the views of 50% of those that are on a proposal, which is just seems slightly odd, is it not, Mrs. Pratt?
I also, if you recall, added in that several of our own local community had commented on the fact that the visual aspect from that side of the loch was also compromised. As a community, we don't have many places to, we have to drive to get anywhere. If I want to go out for a drink, I have to get in my car, I have to drive. The nearest pub is 8 miles away. The nearest really good eatery is the Kilberry Inn, which happens to be 30 miles away and involves travelling the complete length of the B8024, as happens with an awful lot of our community. Therefore, comments have been passed to us, therefore it seems appropriate to put it in if community are making comments that they feel that is compromised from the other side of the loch as well, it's appropriate. And of course, from the ferry travelling to which the ferry also is noticeable, therefore the B8024 is parallel to the ferry route in any case.
Just before we finish the B0824, if you're a very regular user of that road, you would have appreciated that viewpoint 5 is like a gap in the hedge in terms of visibility. Is that not the case, Mrs. Pratt?
I don't disagree, but it's also an area of extreme walking for local communities as well. We don't just drive our cars down the road, we park up and we walk the hillsides.
And equally, viewpoint 9 had to be taken off the road because there wasn't sufficient visibility in order to get a clear view of the site. So when looking at the, as you say, the B8824 will be significantly changed. Now, if I see it from a gap in the hedge and perhaps some limited spots along it, that doesn't significantly change a receptor, does it?
I will concede that, but as I say, my reasoning is that even if you park up and drive off the road, not very close to those viewpoints, and you're walking, the view is significantly changed.
Finally, I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the ferry from Loch Ranza to Cloney. I'm pretty sure you'll be pretty familiar with that ferry. Is that correct?
I travel it regularly with my visitors.
Yeah. And would you agree that the view back to Arran is absolutely spectacular?
I would agree the view to Arran is spectacular, but then the view to Arran from the B8001 travelling towards the Cloney ferry is spectacular as well. But equally so, the view coming back to the Kintyre Peninsula is, in my view, and the locals' views, a very important view. It's our homeland, and it is the gateway. They're heading to the gateway of the rest of the islands, Islay and Jura, and indeed down to Gea for the ferry terminal at Gea, and beyond to the Highlands, those that are travelling from Cornwall to from Land's End to John O'Groats. It is a regular route for cyclists and car drivers, and you cross Arran and you drive across the Kintyre Peninsula and then up to the Highlands. So there are many thousands come on that ferry across from Arran to Kintyre on a yearly basis.
Thank you very much.
We get upset that people believe that Arran is, yes, we agree Arran is a national scenic area, but the residents of the Kintyre, not just the Kintyre Peninsula, this area of the whole of Kintyre and Mid-Argyll would get upset if you say that we don't have an equally important to us rural community and spectacular scenery.
Thank you, Mrs. Pratt. That concludes my questions. I'm glad we're able to end on a degree of agreement. And also, no doubt you put a lot of work into your preparation. It's clear that you've read all the papers. And as I say, thank you very much for answering those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just before we proceed to the next bit, we have the opportunity for Mr. O'Carroll to get any points of clarification that he may want. I think I've got one question, assuming it doesn't get asked by Mr. O'Carroll. And after that, there'll be the opportunity for Ms. Spratt to conduct her own re-examination. We are looking now at just after 20 to 4. I think it's probably worth at this point just working out how long everybody thinks they might need. It would be quite good if we could fit this into the remainder of today. I appreciate that takes us past 4 o'clock, but I certainly don't envisage my own bit taking particularly long. Mr. O'Carroll, how long do you think you would need?
I agree with you, sir, and I will help you in that respect by not asking any questions.
Okay, that's fair enough. Then I've got one. And Mrs. Pratt, how long do you think you might need to round off and conclude the points that you'd like to deal with after I've taken my moment?
I don't actually think I need much time, if any, to be honest, because I think all the points have already been made and are covered well in my precognition and our original objection. I just stand by everything that we've currently discussed and said as far as the community goes.
That's okay, because you'll have an opportunity in a moment. I was simply wanting to understand people's point of view. I think let's have a quick break now. Let's take 5 minutes. I make it 15:44 here, so let's come back at 15:50, please, and then we'll go on. And I think based on what everybody's said, it sounds like we should be done this side of 4:30 at least. But let's take just over 5 minutes just now and come back at 10:02, please. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? Yep, lovely. Okay, great stuff. Thank you very much. We concluded the cross-examination just before the break, and Mr. O'Carroll confirmed he didn't have any points of clarification he wished to explore. So I just have one question, which is, you'll recall earlier we were discussing access arrangements, and I was interested what the Community Council's landscape and visual concerns were with the proposed new entrance versus the existing one. And I wonder if you could just talk me through that.
Our main concerns are the fact that, if I put it into context, the current owners of Glebe Cottage moved in. They purchased the property after the previous owners had built it, about 2-3 years before they moved in. They moved in fully aware that they were moving into an access point for a wind farm of Core, and I can't honestly recall at this point in time whether they were in situ when Core was built. I believe they were, but I may well be wrong on that. However, it is a well-established forestry route into a very large forest of Gartner Greenock and beyond, going across the peninsula, and is used extensively on a regular basis for forestry work, and as you know, involves very large vehicles carrying large amounts of wood out of the area. Were the other access point to be built, we feel that the A83 at the moment is agreed it is a trunk road as such, but another very large, wide bell mouth within, we have the one to Gartner Greenock, we have Freesdale access point, followed closely by the access point to Gartner Greenock wind turbine, which is about 50-metre high farm turbine, followed by the Cur wind farm access in very close proximity, approximately, and I can use kilometres here because I measured it on my car, and approximately 2 kilometres. Were another one to be built 180 metres beyond, we do not agree that it would significantly reduce the intrusion, in particular on noise, for Glebe Cottage, because it is so close to Glebe Cottage anyway. And it would introduce yet another wide bell mouth into that part of the A83, which is just about, when you're travelling north, to come to a very, very scenic viewpoint that is a viewpoint used extensively by tourists, because there's a large lay-by just beyond the core access point, just before Gartner Greenock Estate, which is extensively used by not only tourists, but also, believe it or not, lorry delivery drivers when they're returning back and they have to have a break. And it's used for photography in particular, looking up Westlock Tarbert, because at that point you can look right the way up Westlock Tarbert towards Tarbert and beyond. Sometimes when the view is, the light is good, you can actually see the Weston Be Thankful Mountains. So it's a very significant viewpoint. Were another wide access point to be built 180 metres beyond Glebe Cottage, it would not only give more of a feeling of a wide central belt motorway-like appearance of the road, which would detract from the rural setting that we are now in. And the reality is it would have yet another locked gate eventually across its entrance, as we have at Freesdale and other accesses, which is detracting. It puts people, it sends a message: do not enter, do not, you know, you're barred. And it's not a good message for people visiting the area, if they keep coming across locked gates, especially with the view of the right to roam. I mean, locked gates will come in when I talk about tourism, in particular going along the Core Road, for instance. There are 4 locked gates, which significantly stops anybody with disabilities from actually accessing the landscape and the beautiful landscape we have, which to me is absolutely appalling, but that's another story. So that is our main reasons. The people that live in Glebe Cottage will, there's no doubt, they will be affected, as they are currently with the logging activities. I would dispute that they're the only people that would be affected when we talked earlier on about, in particular, the overside loads with the turbines and the nancels and the blades coming up. If you actually travel, they will all come up from Campbelltown as we understand it. And if you actually drive that road, you will see there are many a property coming up the Campbelltown road that are equally as close, if not closer to the road, the A83, than Glebe Cottage. And they could equally be affected by the flashing lights, etc., and noise of the abnormal loads going past them. So I think if you treat one person in the community that way, you need to look at treating all the properties in some way and giving, making mitigation for them. With regards to, there was an earlier question as well about the distance, travelling behind abnormal loads. And if you go to, I think it was the Killane application, it totally incensed the community, where they worked out that a 12-kilometre distance with these large turbines, if you were stuck behind it, it would take 48 minutes to travel that 12 kilometres behind the abnormal load. They found that to be an insignificant intrusion on daily lives of people. And I'm afraid we found that to be absolutely appalling, given that it's the only road people have to travel for care purposes, hospitals, ferry terminals, buses, and everything else. Abnormal loads are used to travelling behind, and they do delay you. We don't dispute that.
I think we're straying slightly away from
I agree.
the point that I was focusing on was particularly the landscape and visual effects of the proposed new entrance versus the existing one, and your reasons for that.
It will have a visual effect on the actual aspect of the road and travelling along that road. And for a relatively short period of time, in comparison to the length of time it will then be there for many, many years to come. And it will just be installed purely for the purposes of installing a wind farm. So the current access that's already purpose-built may need some alterations, in our view, should be used, and therefore not intrude on the landscape even further on the road at that point.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. That concludes the questions that I had for you. So you mentioned before we had a break when I asked whether you wanted to effectively re-examine yourself and then say advise us of any points that you wanted to pick up. So I'll give you the opportunity to do that, because I think you told me you didn't particularly want to take long, but that's not the same as not wanting to do it. So I'll let you go ahead and do that now.
All I wish to say is that everything that we have put forward is the views of most of the local communities, and we stand by the local community in expressing their views, irrespective of whether they are the collective view of the elected community council members or not. We are there to represent the views of the majority of our people, of our community. The only thing I will add is, now that you've brought it to my attention, is the access, and that to us is quite an important one as well. And we do believe that the original access point should be used. for the purposes that we've discussed. And the fact that irrespective of whether SPR put a new access in or not, the current access is used and will continue to be used as a logging route as it has been for the last 30 years. End of epistle. Sorry.
I've never heard it called that before.
Now,
So.
I do apologise. I'm getting flippant. Sorry. I'm tired.
Yes, it's getting late into the day.
I'd
Thank you
rather
very
do a
much.
few operations than this, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much indeed for taking us through those things this afternoon. That brings us, I think, to the end of today's session, and I think we've got through all of the things that we needed to get through. We discussed this morning, obviously, the Council's landscape witness and the possibility of using next week. I think at the moment what we're going to need to do is take a judgment on that, probably at Thursday lunchtime. So if when we reconvene the afternoon session on Thursday of this week, we wondered whether it would be possible for the Council to join us briefly at 2 p.m. that day for that session, so we can at least have and perhaps the Community Council joins us as well, so that we can just discuss programming for the following week, whether there's any potential overrun sessions and which ones we might need to use. I think that will be a time when all parties are there. I think for the reasons that we discussed this morning, it's simply not possible at this point to say with any certainty when exactly we would need to use any overrun sessions, etc. Mr. Carroll, is that something that would be possible? And then Mrs. Pratt, I'll come to you.
Yes, Miss. Yes, sir. Of course, that is definitely possible. I will I'll be there at 2 p.m. on Thursday to provide you with any updates I can at that point and to discuss programming.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, Mrs. Pratt, you had your hand up there.
Mr. Smith, although I'm not down to discuss this Dunscape, would it be acceptable for me to dip in and out? Because of I would like to report back to Mr. Stewart, who is currently quite poorly at the moment. So,
okay,
but I did say that I would
certainly you can watch, but I think
yes,
as you've not had the opportunity to submit a recognition or any of that sort of thing, you wouldn't have the opportunity to cross-examine or ask questions or any of that, anything of that nature. So yeah, you can either watch online or kind of
I do have the link.
how should I say, attend quietly, I suppose is the is the way of saying it.
I do have the link and I will attend quietly, and I won't be there all day, but I just promised that I would try and listen to some of the stuff because it's very important to Mr. Stewart himself. And I think I owe that to a member of our community who wanted to be present.
That's understood. Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Innes, I take it you're content with what I've discussed for 2 p.m. on Thursday?
Yes, absolutely so. Yes, thank you.
Okay, no problems. Right. Oh, I just heard my own feedback there. I thought somebody wanted to speak. Okay, if there's nothing else for me, then I'll close today's session, and we will be seeing tomorrow. We'll be seeing Mr. Innes and his team, and we'll be seeing Historic Environment Scotland. But I think everybody else, it will be 2 p.m. on Thursday or next week. So I'll bid everyone a good evening.
If I could just warn, sir, if I could just warn you, that I will probably, like Mrs. Pratt, I will probably tune in, but I won't put my video on, and I'll remain muted. But I'm just letting you know I'll be there watching.
Very well. In which case, we'll see your initials. But yeah.
Okay, that's all you'll see.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Not a problem. And so 09:30 tomorrow morning, we'll see the parties who are attending and the initials of those who are observing. And otherwise, a good evening to everyone.